So that means 25. No, I gotta hide it. Well, you know. Well,
They make that threat as they cut into protected committee time on both days.
exactly. Yeah, the protected. That's why there's quotes around protected.
Protected until now.
We're good.
I'll call the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure to order. Pursuant to Committee Rule 6F of House Rule 11, Clause 2HF, the chairman may postpone further proceedings today on any question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment in which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to declare recess at any time during today's meeting without objection. That is so ordered. All bill and amendment texts have been distributed electronically, and paper copies are also available here in the hearing room. I'd also ask unanimous consent for the committee to use an amendments roster for any items under consideration by the committee without objection. That is so ordered. Finally, as a reminder, the committee will use an electronic system for any requested recorded votes. My intention is to hold the first vote open for 5 minutes, and subsequent votes will be open for a very short period of time. Or upon discussion with the ranking member, if we need to adjust down, we may do so. Today, the committee is considering an amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, and 10 General Services Administration Capital Investment and Leasing Program resolutions. Our first item of consideration is H.R. 8812, the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, and I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Water Resources and Environment for further consideration of H.R. 8812. And without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'd recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, shall be considered as the base text for the purposes of further amendment. I recognize myself 5 minutes for a statement. So I want to thank Chairman Rouser and Ranking Member Larson and Napolitano for their work on, and the partnership on the Water Resources Development Act of 2024. WRDA 24 continues a decade-long tradition of biennial consideration of bipartisan WRDA bills in this committee. Safe and reliable water infrastructure plays a central role in keeping our economy and supply chain moving, while also protecting life and property. And that's exactly what this bill provides, and that's why WRDA delivers. We had nearly 350 members participate in this year's WRDA process. Their input on core projects and policies helped the committee develop a bill that addresses water infrastructure needs across the country by increasing the navigability of our nation's waterways, enhancing flood control and storm protection, and supporting ecosystem restoration, and improving the Corps' recreation facilities that are enjoyed by hundreds of millions of Americans each year. This bill also makes common sense reforms to the streamlined process development processes at the Corps and empowers local, non-federal project sponsors, which is going to allow water resource projects to get done much faster and at a lower cost to the taxpayers. For Missourians, this legislation delivers hope. It charts a new path forward to improve flood control for the upper Mississippi River, which is something that has been long overdue. It makes common sense reforms to make it easier to develop broadband rural areas. It also continues to build on efforts to make protecting people's lives and livelihoods the top priority when it comes to the Missouri River. Given the devastating flooding that we're seeing right now in Iowa and Nebraska, that is particularly important to folks in North Missouri. Right now, many of my constituents are anxiously watching river gauges, and flood fighting efforts are underway as we speak. It's a sobering reminder of why it's important that we get this bill done as quickly as possible. I would urge support for the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, and I now recognize Mr. Larson for his statement.
Thank you, Chair, and I strongly support the ANS to H.R. 8812, the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, a bipartisan bill that addresses local water resources needs across the country. This committee held 4 hearings and incorporated feedback from 337 members, as well as countless local communities and stakeholders in developing this legislation. As the sixth consecutive WARDA since 2014, this year's bill builds on a proud tradition of bipartisan, bicameral support for ensuring the efficiency and effectiveness of our ports, harbors, and inland waterways, the resiliency of our communities, and the protection of natural resources. I want to thank Chair Graves and Subcommittee Chair Rouser for their partnership, insight, and collaboration in developing this legislation. I want to specifically recognize Ranking Member Napolitano for her leadership on this WRDA, as well as 4 previous WRDAs where she served as the chair or ranking member of the Subcommittee on Water Resources and the Environment. WRDA 2024 reflects her decades of visionary work to address the future supply needs of communities, water supply needs of communities throughout the U.S., and her thoughtful attention to the inherent value of water, especially in light of climate change and drought. She has rightfully been called the Queen of Water, and this legislation is a fitting capstone to her time on the subcommittee and her years of focus on our nation's water resources. I want to thank Ranking Member Napolitano for her service to this committee. WRDA 24 will help communities increase the resiliency of critical water resources infrastructure and restore natural ecosystems. Through the advancement of projects that improve wastewater, stormwater, and flood control infrastructure, this bill will protect public health. By investing in our ports, harbors, and inland waterways, it will strengthen supply chains and boost the U.S. economy. WRDA 24 authorizes the construction of projects in 12 pending reports of the Chief of Engineers and provides over $3 billion in new and modified environmental infrastructure authorities to address local wastewater needs. The bill also authorizes 124 new feasibility studies for future water resources development projects and 36 studies to modify existing projects. WRDA also provides technical support and expands initiatives to assist tribal partners and make projects more financially accessible to all communities. The Community Project Advisor Program will help communities navigate the Corps' processes, while the expansion of the Tribal Partnership Program will help the Corps better address the water resource needs and respect the treaty rights of tribes. Improving cost share flexibility for disadvantaged rural and urban communities will also allow more communities to undertake essential projects. The climate crisis poses significant threats to water resources infrastructure as well, and WRDA 2024 provides communities with the tools they need to face these challenges, from enhancing drought resilience to combating harmful algal blooms and supporting flood control projects. This bill recognizes the water supply as a primary mission of the Corps, thanks to the leadership of Ranking Member Napolitano. It also encourages communities to partner with the Corps to increase drought resilience and supports projects to capture, recycle, and reuse stormwater. National coastal mapping and initiatives for aquatic ecosystem restoration support navigation, flood risk management, and environmental restoration to address the impacts of climate change. And WRDA supports economic growth by investing in projects that create jobs, bolster local economies, and enhance the U.S. competitiveness and supply chains. Ships are getting bigger, and our ports need to get deeper to maintain America's competitive edge. Increased federal investment in harbor deepening projects will strengthen our supply chains and ensure our ports and harbors can accommodate the world's largest ships. When all is said and done, the Water Resources Development Act of 2024 is a comprehensive and bipartisan reauthorization that strengthens our water resources infrastructure, empowers communities, responds to climate threats, and grows the economy. And I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation. I look forward to our continued collaboration as we move it to the House floor. With that, I yield back.
Recognize Mr. Rouser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you personally for your leadership in developing this important piece of legislation before us today, as well as thanking my colleagues, Ranking Members Larson and Napolitano, for their participation and partnership in developing this very important bill. Additionally, I want to thank the staff on both sides of the aisle for all their work. They've spent countless hours working on this bill, going through more than 1,900 requests submitted by well north of 330 plus members, which is quite an undertaking. Now, WRDA, as we all know, is one of the most important bills in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and I'm proud to join my colleagues in continuing the bipartisan tradition of working to get this legislation signed into law every 2 years. Regular reauthorization is critical to support our water resources infrastructure and the mission of the Army Corps of Engineers while providing congressional direction and accountability, ensuring tax dollars are spent efficiently on integral water resources development projects. The projects and policies enacted through regular WARDAs ensure the Corps can carry out its missions of navigation, flood risk management, coastal storm damage risk reduction, ecosystem restoration, and more to protect life, property, and grow our economy. The past few years have highlighted how imperative it is to invest in our supply chain infrastructure, which includes critical partnerships between the Corps and our ports. This year's bill authorizes construction of 12 projects of national interest and authorizes more than 150 studies. Additionally, WARDA 2024 includes policy reforms to reduce burdens on non-federal sponsors and improve project delivery. This WARDA also includes vital policy reforms to keep these projects on track. Specifically, this bill increases transparency by directing the Corps to track a project's permits online. It also clarifies the ability of non-federal entities to execute authorized feasibility studies and construction projects, making these programs easier to use. Another provision in WARDA 2024 is important language clarifying the use of dredged material placement sites. For years, communities in my district and across the country disposed of dredged material at federal placement sites owned by states or localities. Within the past decade, Corps policy changed to disallow this practice that had worked well for decades. This legislation returns policy to its original intent to allow non-federal placement of dredged material at these sites. This year's bill also expands on a provision that I included in WARDA 2022, directing the Corps to carry out coastal mapping studies. WARDA 2024 authorizes a national coastal mapping program through which the Corps can map inland and coastal waterways nationwide to identify potential hazards leading to increased flood risk. These projects and policies are just a handful of examples of how WARDA delivers for the nation as a whole. So again, I want to thank Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, Ranking Member Napolitano for her years of hard work and specifically for the work to put together this bill this year. I also want to thank all the committee members who contributed to this legislation, all of whom did so in a very meaningful way. I urge my colleagues on the committee to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back.
Now recognize Mr. Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rouser, thank you for your kind words. I am pleased to join Ranking Member Larson, Chairman Rouser, introducing and marking up the Water Resources Development Act of 2024. The Water Resources Development Act is our legislative commitment to investing in and protecting our communities from flood and drought, restoring environmental ecosystems, and keeping our nation's competitiveness by supporting our ports and harbors. Through the biennial enactment of WARDA legislation, this committee has addressed local, regional, and national needs through authorization of new U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects, studies, policies that benefit every corner of the country. I am particularly thankful that we were able to include in this WARDA policies to improve upon and address the needs of our critical water supply. The bill for the first time makes water supply a primary mission of the Corps. Long time coming. I want to thank Representative LaMalfa for joining me in authoring this important provision, as we have seen need for the Corps to play a bigger role in water supply with local communities, especially in drought-prone regions such as the West. This provision will prevent the bureaucratic and logistical roadblocks that many communities have faced when trying to work with the Corps to improve stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, and other supply improvements. This legislation further includes a provision requiring the Corps to consider opportunities to reclaim, treat, and reuse stormwater in future small flood control projects. The bill also expands the Corps' authority to modify existing dams, basins, and channels for drought resiliency measures, including water conservation measures, removal of sediment, and planting of native vegetation and other actions that will increase water efficiency. Last month, the Corps finally funded the donor port provisions of WARDA, yay, 2020 in their work plan. This bill requires the Corps to provide an annual report on the WARDA 2020 harbor maintenance provisions to make sure the direction of the Congress on negotiated HMT expenditures as follows. This bill also provides for hundreds of other local concerns throughout the country. I'm proud that this bill transfers the authority of 44 channels in my region to Los Angeles County Flood Control District. These channels are locally owned and have been successfully operated, maintained by Los Angeles County for decades. This provision will formalize the current operation of these channels. The bill further creates a GAO study on the growing issue of homelessness encampments on core properties. It has become an increasing concern in my district and across the country, with danger of homeless encampments in active flood channels. The study will propose options for the courts in partnering federal, state, and local agencies to address this issue. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the many people who have helped this bill become a reality. Thank you to the leadership of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Assistant Secretary Connor, Lieutenant General Spellman, and their incredible staff who work through the hundreds of submissions we have received. I'm very fortunate to have some of the best water leaders in the country in my district and in Southern California who provide valuable input for this bill, including Los Angeles County Public Works Director Mark Estrella, Los Angeles County Sanitation District General Manager Robert Ferrante, Metropolitan Water District Board Chair Adan Ortega, Los Angeles Board Commission President, former colleague Lucille Roybal Allard, and San Gabriel Valley Water Master Tony Sampiello, who is retiring this summer. I would particularly like to thank the subcommittee chairman, Mr. Rouser, for his friendship and collegiality through the hearings and meetings that led to this bipartisan accomplishment, especially for visiting my district. Thank you, sir. Most importantly, I would like to thank the incredible Water Subcommittee staff, including Ryan Seeger, Alexa Williams, Logan Faree, Ryan Hamilton, and all of the majority staff. My staff, of course, Joe Sheehy and Melvin. I urge my colleagues to support WORDA 2024, the sixth passing of the bipartisan WORDA bill. I yield back.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say it's an honor to be speaking after Representative Napolitano, which will be the last WORDA bill she works on, and she's done so much and been so significant on this bill. And I know that it's a meaningful bill for you. And also want to pay homage to former Chairman Oberstar, who valued this committee greatly as the most important committee and the one that was named in the Constitution, but that it did things like WORDA, which people don't think much about, but are vital to our successful economies and communities. Thank Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, Subcommittee Chairman Rouser, and Subcommittee Ranking Member Napolitano for your diligent work on this 2024 Water Resources Development Act, affectionately known as WORDA. The bipartisan effort continues our tradition of passing WORDA every 2 years, and I commend my colleagues for their dedication to this important bill and getting it passed, unlike our counterparts across the Capitol. This WORDA bill improves critical water resources infrastructure, empowers all communities to engage with the Army Corps, responds to emerging threats from climate change, bolsters local economies, and boosts U.S. economic competitiveness and supply chains. That's a lot, but this water is important and essential to all successful governments and communities. I'm particularly grateful for the inclusion of several of my projects and policy requests that will impact my district. The inclusion of Pigeon Harbor in the Army Corps' Operations and Maintenance General budget for regular dredging maintenance is essential to its ongoing operation and vital to the companies at this industrial park in Memphis, Tennessee. This park is the only dedicated access point to the Mississippi River for businesses in that Pigeon Industrial Park, whose 5 facilities generate 500 jobs and produce an annual economic impact of $1.2 billion, and will soon be the neighbor to the largest supercomputer in the United States. Continued economic growth of the industrial park requires maintenance dredging of the harbor by the Army Corps so that companies like Nucor, the largest steel producer and recycler in North America, can bring raw materials to their steel mill and ship steel products to their customers. Additionally, the inclusion of the Hatchie-Loosahatchee ecosystem restoration feasibility study will showcase a comprehensive approach to managing the lower Mississippi River and implementing restoration on a systemic scale. The Hatchie-Loosahatchee project comprehensively addresses significant and historically important habitats in Arkansas and Tennessee and includes measures to address floodplain connectivity and reconnection to side channels, aquatic channel enhancement, restored natural vegetation, and water management. Covering 39-mile stretch of the river, approximately 146,000 acres, these restoration measures will provide important ecosystem services for surrounding communities, including clean air and water, invasive species control, flood control, pollination, and recreation. Yeah, WRDA does a lot. This bill also advances environmental justice by prioritizing support for disadvantaged communities, making vital infrastructure projects more accessible and financially feasible. And it includes language I champion to address remote lock and dam operations. I see Mr. Graves is in the meeting also. This is probably his last WRDA bill too, and I commend Representative Graves for his outstanding work in this committee and on WRDA. Support the legislation and urge its passage.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Mr. Graves.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I represent South Louisiana, as you know, and as much as the Corps of Engineers drives us crazy, we need them to be successful because we literally drain from Canada to New York to Montana, one of the largest watersheds in the world. We have 5 of the top ports in the United States. We also have lost 2,000 square miles of our coast, which is like taking the state of Rhode Island and wiping it off the map. So water resources, the management of our fresh water, our sediment, adapting to sea rise and other changes is just literally an issue that is an existential threat to us if it's not done properly. I know that the chairman, the ranker, always give me stern talks about the number of amendments that we file, and the Ryans appreciate all the requests that we submit. But I want to reiterate that a few years ago, approximately 1/3 of all of the Corps of Engineers authorizations in the country were in Louisiana because of just this profound management of water that we have down there. This bill is no different. We have a number of big issues in here that need to be addressed, and a number of them have been addressed in the base text. A number of them have been addressed in the manager's amendment. But as text has become available, we've identified a handful of other things. I look forward to working with the committee on ensuring that all these things are properly addressed moving forward. I want to highlight a few real quick, Mr. Chairman. One of them is back in 2020, we came in and allowed for the renegotiation of interest payments related to Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Protection System dollars. I'm going to point out a huge disparity, and I got my friend from Texas here. Hurricane Harvey, the investments that were made in Texas for Hurricane Harvey were 100% federal investments. After Hurricane Katrina, the state of Louisiana was forced to cost share, 35% in many cases. And so here you had a state whose economy got trashed because of this major devastating hurricane, and on top of it, billions of dollars in cost share was imposed. Yet in the case of Hurricane Harvey, and I'm not bashing Texas, I'm just pointing out a disparity. In the case of Texas, it was 100% federal. And so we are continuing to try and work through this. We haven't asked for a waiver of interest as much as I'd like for that to happen. But after 4 years, we still are having trouble getting some of these issues resolved. Let me say it again. We're not asking for a waiver of interest. We're asking for a renegotiation. And so there is a provision in there that helps to address that. Mr. Chairman, I noted that I've got a number of amendments, and one of the other ones that I want to highlight and really would like to figure out how to work with y'all on this, with you and the ranking member, is in Lafourche Parish, the La Rose to Golden Meadow Hurricane Protection System, authorized federal system. The locals came in and said, this levee is not high enough. We cannot wait on the Corps of Engineers. They came in and built the levee higher on top of the federal project. If they had not done that, Hurricane Ida would have devastated this area. And it withstood Hurricane Ida, which was a profound hurricane in regard to strength. We had wind meters, wind gauges, as I recall, that approached 200 miles sustained mile per hour winds. I think it was 190 maybe sustained winds. Incredible strength of this storm. And this levee withstood. And we're asking for it to be considered a federal levy because this isn't a computer model or anyone else. This was actually a real storm that tested the levy. Got a number of other issues I want to discuss with you, but I do want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member. I want to thank the Ryans and their team for all the work on this. I'm going to continue to be a pain in the rear through this markup, and because it's my last chance to fix some of these things. And in closing, I see my good friend, Ms. Napolitano down there. I had the chance to chair this subcommittee, and I know this is her last bill as well, and I want to thank her for her service to this committee and her service to this country. I'm going to miss you and your guacamole and your salsa. I'm not going to tell you which one of those I'm going to miss the most, but I'm going to miss all those things a whole lot, but I enjoyed working with you. You're good people, and Mr. Chairman, yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Seeing no one, we will now move on to consideration of amendments. We do have a vote series coming up at 10:30, which leadership has informed us that they're going to start closing the first vote at exactly 20 minutes. So don't loiter on your way over to the floor. We'll try to get through as much as we can. I will now recognize myself for a manager's amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute that I have at the desk. Please designate the amendment.
A manager's amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri, number 01.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the manager's amendment. I obviously support the manager's amendment and want to thank Ranking Member Larson for working with me to craft this bipartisan amendment. This amendment includes technical changes and additional non-controversial provisions. The package contains reforms and authorizations for projects in Louisiana, Texas, California, in addition to some other locations. It also addresses issues facing Florida beaches all over the state for their hurricane and storm damage reduction programs. I'd urge members to support this bipartisan manager's amendment, and with that, I'd yield back. Recognize Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you got the votes, you don't need the speeches. I encourage everyone to vote for it. Yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the manager's amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to. All right.
So Mr. Crawford will be up. Mr. Garamendi withdrew. Do you want to recess or do we want?
They haven't called yet, so let's go ahead. Oh, they did?
Yeah.
You want to try one? All right. I'll try the first one. We're now considering the bill. We are now considering the bill for amendments, and what purposes Mr. Crawford rise?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, number 073.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Crawford, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is very simple. It simply strikes Section 302D of the ANS. That section unnecessarily extends the authorization for levee safety initiative from 2028 to 2033. This initiative was just extended in the last word of bill from 2023 to 2028. Now we're extending it again just 2 years later for no reason whatsoever. I'm proud of this committee's commitment to approving word of bill every 2 years. That's a legacy of success that I wholeheartedly support. But let's remember why an every 2-year cycle is so important. It gives Congress the ability to regularly evaluate the needs of the Corps of Engineers, our local communities, and our nation's major water infrastructure projects, and makes necessary changes. We can't allow programs to continue for years, nearly an additional decade in this case, without oversight. It just, if you know anything about my district, you know that I have more river miles of the Mississippi River than any other district in the country. In fact, so I'm keenly aware of how important it is to ensure levee safety. I'm also very aware of how local levee owners and operators have had trouble working with the Corps on this program over the years. Instead of giving the Corps a blank check for 9 more years, from today, as this section does. We need to do our jobs and ensure appropriate oversight before extending the authorization. Just to recap, the Levee Safety Initiative is currently authorized through 2028. It's in no danger of running out of its current authorization. In fact, when this WRDA bill, 2024 bill, expires, the LSI will still have 2 years of authorization left. We can very easily extend its authorization in WRDA 2026 and do the necessary oversight of the program that we're constitutionally obligated to do. We have to stop putting programs on autopilot just because that's the easier thing to do. This is common sense amendment that will have no negative effect on Corps or on levee safety. The only effect this amendment will have is for this body to reclaim its oversight authority and ensure that we're legislating responsibly. I ask my colleagues to support this very simple amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Recognize Mr. Larson.
Yeah, if I can, just to clarify, the amendment, the current language extends it through 2033, is that correct? Current language in the proposal.
In the current proposal, yes, but it's already extended to 2028. So this sort of is superfluous, really. I mean, it extends it to 2033 when we haven't even done this WRDA, and it will, 2028, I mean, heck, this WRDA would be expired before their authorization expires.
And so I need to clarify something with my staff, because I understand the extension to this to 2033 was done as part of a few other changes that were made in the bill. And so we talked beforehand, Ms. Crawford, and was partial to support, back to neutral, just until I get some more information, if that's okay. And if there's a way, Mr. Chair, if we could, can we procedurally suspend a conversation on this and move to the next bill?
I'm happy to do that if we can get to that point, because I think it's really important, and happy to work with you on that.
Yeah. Would that be all right, Mr. Chair? We're just going to clarify with the clerk here or with the staff.
Do you want to withdraw, or do you want to talk about it over the vote series?
Let's talk about it with the vote series.
Let's talk about it during the vote series, sure.
Okay, so what we will do is we're going to stand in recess through this series of bills. So the committee will be in recess, subject to the call of the chair. So let's get over and get back as quick as possible.
Want to eat it on this cover? Are they bony and muddy?
Oh, yeah, you don't want to mess with them.
The Committee on Transportation Infrastructure is going to reconvene the previously recessed markup. We will resume debate, and with that, Mr. Larson has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As just to follow on the discussion we had before the break, I'll just want to come out and say I'll be opposing the Crawford Amendment 73. And with that, I want to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Crawford.
Well, thank you. Look, we can rehash this thing 9 ways to Sunday, but the reality is this: the current authorization to 2028, that's adequate. Heck, this bill will expire before their current authorization expires, and we'll have another opportunity to reauthorize this program as it should be done. But adding another 5 years onto this authorization for no apparent reason, it just defies explanation. And I know that there are folks that say, well, I mean, I get it that there are folks in the room today that would like to give the Corps a permanent authorization on this program, but I would say that I can't find a government program anywhere that works flawlessly, that shouldn't be re-examined periodically. And that's why we do the Word of Bill every 2 years, is to make sure that we are exercising the appropriate level of oversight. And when the current authorization exceeds the current Word of Bill authorization term, I think that's sufficient. It gives us plenty of opportunity to address. And then the other argument I've heard is that, well, if we make it permanent, then that becomes a priority for a Corps. I would say that's exactly the opposite of what happens with the Corps. They're not going to respond. If you give them a permanent authorization on something, that becomes less of a priority, in fact, and it puts us in even a more difficult position to oversee them as they should be. And with that, I'll yield.
Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Mr. Garamendi.
Well, as the proponent for a permanent program for the Corps, and then a compromise was worked out that we'd go to 33 years rather than permanent. And now we're backing away from that and going down to 28 years, which is where it presently is. I don't understand the opposition here. The Corps of Engineers has multiple tasks. Those tasks have been going on forever. For example, dredging, levees, construction of all kinds. It turns out that levee safety programs are rather important. Certainly in my current district, which is mostly sea level, and levees that are associated with sea level rise and tides. In my previous district, we had probably 3,000 miles of levee. The safety of those levees is absolutely critical. And the Corps of Engineers, to have permanent task to pay attention to and to review and to be authorized to look at the safety of the levees, seems to me to be fundamental. And the notion that we don't review is just not correct. We meet here every year. Every session we put out a WRDA, and if there's a problem, we modify the responsibilities, in this case, of the Corps. There are so many things to fight about. I'd prefer not to spend time on this one. It seems to me that the appropriate task of the Corps of Engineers is to be responsible for the safety of the levees and to have a permanent program within the Corps of Engineers to pay attention to the safety of the levees. You know, there are things like, I don't know, beavers, erosion, subsidence that cause levees to fail. And wouldn't it be appropriate for the Corps of Engineers to pay attention to the safety of those levees? And so we go back from 33, we go to 28 years. because we want to review. Well, we can review every meeting we have here and every word, put in an amendment, change it, modify it, whatever. I oppose the amendment.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
It appears that the nays have it. The gentleman requests a recorded vote on the amendment as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose, Mr. Garamendi? Rise. Seek recognition.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 251.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd really like to start off by thanking you and Mr. Larson for putting together a very, very good word bill. I could probably consume most of my 5 minutes talking about how good it is, but really, Mr. Rouser and Ms. Napolitano, who've worked long and hard on water issues, and particularly Ms. Napolitano. So thank you. Thank you for putting together a very, very good bill. This is a piece of what Ms. Napolitano has been promoting forever, and that is that the Corps of Engineers needs to pay attention to the water resources that are made available in their projects, particularly their reservoirs. This would be a small modification or addition to what is already in the legislation that Mr. Napolitano and Mr. Rouser have built into the base bill. In a core reservoir, there is from time to time surplus water that is not appropriated by either state law or the Corps itself. And this amendment would require that the Corps promulgate a nationwide regulation about how to allocate and make that water available when it is available. There was an effort to do this in the Obama administration, and they frankly screwed it up royally. It didn't go anywhere, which was good because it was badly done. But there is a need for a standard procedure across the nation to deal with the surplus water. There's already such a procedure for Arizona. Excuse me, that's a different bill. But in any case, this would set up a requirement that the Corps of Engineers set about to write a regulation so that when the issue of surplus water arises, wherever it may be across the nation, there is a standard operating procedure to deal with that water and to make it available for appropriate uses. That's it. It's in addition to what is in the base bill already. With that, I yield.
Do any members wish to be recognized? Any other members?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I need to oppose this amendment. It would direct the Secretary to issue a final rule to implement Section 6 of the Flood Control Act of 1944. The last time the Corps attempted to carry out that task, there was a great deal of concern among stakeholder groups about how the Corps had approached that effort. While I generally support having the Corps expeditiously review and implement federal rulemaking in response to congressional direction, this specific effort will likely need additional outreach and dialogue with the stakeholder community. So I oppose this amendment, but I wanted to let Mr. Garamendi know that I really much appreciated the chance to support 85% of the amendments that he did get into the bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment on behalf of the chairman. The chairman opposes the amendment, given his concerns with other parts of the country taking water from his home state of Missouri He unfortunately has to oppose. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Garamendi.
I think the chairman and the ranking member are
The
opposed.
gentleman has already utilized his time.
No.
If somebody would like to
I'm not
give
going to
him some-
argue the bill, but when I'm going to argue the amendment, which, by the way, is a very good amendment, I'm just going to withdraw.
Okay,
Do
the
I have
gentleman
time for
withdraws.
that?
For what purpose does Mr. Graves of Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 116.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Graves of Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't think I've ever found myself compelled to say this, but I wish Mr. Perry were here right now. Mr. Chairman, it has recently come to our attention that, that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is the proud owner of thousands of bridges across the United States. I'm going to say that again. Not the United States Department of Transportation, but the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers owns, operates thousands of bridges across the United States today. Mr. Chairman, every single one of us in this room and probably on this committee, we have a water resource project that we're interested in. It's no secret that the backlog of Corps of Engineer projects exceeds $100 billion. In many years, we'll appropriate $2 to $3 billion in construction. You do the math. $2 to $3 billion in construction, you have well over $100 billion in authorized projects. You will finish never, because you're not even keeping up with inflation. So one of the things that we need to be doing, and in fact, Mr. Chairman, I would argue we have an obligation, we have a responsibility to do, is to make sure that the projects, that the infrastructure that the Corps of Engineers is responsible for are within their mission area. Bridges is a mission of the United States Department of Transportation, our state transportation departments, and local transportation agencies. This is not, in terms of vehicle traffic, this is not a mission of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So when my friend Mr. Mass is trying to get additional money for Everglades, if I'm trying to get money for hurricane protection or coastal restoration in Louisiana, if Mr. Webster is trying to get money for Everglades, if the ranking member is trying to get money for San Juan Island resiliency or whatever, Puget Sound something, isn't that a project? Puget Sound something? Mr. Chairman, what's happening is that there are these liabilities, these obligations that are out there that have nothing to do with the Corps of Engineers Water Resource Mission. Now, I want to thank you. I want to thank the ranking member. I want to thank the chairman. There is language in the base text that points this out and says, hey, maybe we ought to do something about this. But we have an amendment that actually puts teeth in there. It says, look, you have 5 years to step in and figure out how to divest this if it is simply a vehicle bridge. I want to be clear to members. I mentioned that there are thousands of bridges. Some of those bridges actually make sense. Number one, you possibly have a Corps of Engineers built, owned, and maintained bridge that is a bridge to a Corps of Engineers project. It's the only way to access it. Those bridges would not be affected by this. You have bridges that are part of recreational features that are owned and operated by the Corps of Engineers. Those would not be affected by this. I'm actually going to point out a particular project that I think is especially offensive. There are bridges in Massachusetts that have absolutely zero water resources connectivity that is now diverting what appears to be $700 million in Corps of Engineer funding to pay for refurbishment and construction rehabilitation of vehicle bridges. Look, if the Corps is going to start doing vehicle bridges, I want one too. If not, then what we have an obligation to do is make sure that we're not out here fighting for resiliency dollars, fighting to prevent disasters, prevent our communities from flooding, because we're diverting money to a vehicle bridge that should be a United States Department of Transportation issue or a state issue, that we're diverting those dollars instead of putting them toward projects that are actually part of the Corps' core mission and core area of responsibility. So I'll say it again. This amendment does not affect any bridge that has a water resources function that is part of a project. It does say that you have 5 years to figure out a divestment path for any project that does not have a water resources function. If it is a vehicle bridge that should be a Department of Transportation bridge, then let's get those off the books. Let's have the Corps focus their dollars on true core missions and not hang on to the bridges. And the example I noted dates back to the 1920s. Might have been a phenomenal idea then. It's not today. And I think we have an obligation to fix this. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge y'all's support of this amendment and yield back.
Any other members wish to be recognized? Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to oppose this amendment offered by Representative Graves of Louisiana. The particular bridge that he points out by example, in fact, the Corps is attempting to divest from, and it is costing in the neighborhood of the amount of money that Representative Graves pointed out as well, in order to divest from it, so that it is not given to the state of Massachusetts in the current condition that it's in. Had a couple conversations with the representative from that area, Representative Keating, and a couple with Representative Graves as well about this particular bridge. So seeking to divest from that bridge is exactly what is going on, in particular with that bridge. But the amendment would also allow the Secretary to shut down publicly used bridges, some of which are the sole access points for communities to the rest of whatever state they happen to be in. This amendment will force states and localities to take responsibility for core infrastructure regardless of the status of that infrastructure. And I agree the Corps should begin to divest itself of assets which are not in its primary interest, which in fact is what's happening in Massachusetts. And because of this World War I era bridge, it does cost a lot of money. And we need to make the best use of limited Corps dollars, but it's going to require us to divest from these assets. But I disagree that we should force the communities to take over those assets under duress. If enacted, this amendment could shut down 5 bridges in Missouri, 1 in North Carolina, 3 in Arkansas. In total, this amendment threatens the closure of 29 bridges in states across the country, not because they're unsafe, but because of a policy disagreement in Congress. Several of these bridges are federally classified as being in poor condition, and if enacted, this amendment would leave states with 2 bad choices: face immediate expensive repair and maintenance problems for which they have not budgeted and that were incurred through no fault of their own, or see critical transportation arteries shuttered for no reason. So I offer again, as I've had in the past, to try to work through this issue with Representative Graves to identify a list of core assets that can be better managed by states or localities, and then determine if there's a willing partner with which to transfer or convey those assets. This amendment's getting ahead of our current understanding of opportunities for divestment and could have devastating impacts for unsuspecting communities. So I oppose this amendment, ask others to do so as well, and I yield back.
I'll note that the chairman is opposed to the amendment as well. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to yield my time to Mr. Graves up here.
Thank you, Mr. Mass. Look, I just want to quickly respond to the ranking member's comments. Ranking member, I largely agree with your comments in regard to some of these projects, or in fact, I would argue that the majority of them absolutely are important bridges and have a public function. I want to be clear on my comments. I'm not arguing that these bridges don't have a public function. They have nothing to do with the Army Corps of Engineers. And while we have this extraordinary backlog in projects that are designed to save people's lives, I think it's appropriate for us to make sure that our agencies are in the right lane. So yes, this may result, in fact, it will result in the divestiture, or what it's doing is it's actually returning the bridges to the appropriate agencies. If it's the only way to get to a place, I get it. I get it, but that means that that state, that county, that the federal government has an obligation because it is a transportation, it is a vehicle bridge. It is not a water resources project. And so all we're trying to do is trying to help to recalibrate the Corps of Engineers' mission and jurisdiction to their core functions. And this isn't a core function, and it is undermining the very function, the responsibilities of the Corps of Engineers. In this case, they're taking $700 million and investing it in a bridge to divest. The way that I look at it is that this community has benefited to the tune of billions of dollars because they didn't build the bridge. They didn't maintain the bridge. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers did, diverting dollars from missions that are appropriate. So, yeah, Mr. Larson.
Could I have a little bit of your time to respond? Would that be okay?
Please, yeah,
Thanks,
and
thanks.
I'm done.
So just to be clear, even under your own comments, you agree that this is, in this particular case in Massachusetts, it is not returning anything to Massachusetts. You said that this would return assets to the appropriate level of government, when in fact, it was never, in this case, never a Massachusetts asset. It was a federal government asset.
Okay.
And probably similarly in many of these other cases as well. So we're not necessarily returning assets to the states to the appropriate place. What we need to be doing, we agree, how can we divest? How can we divest these federal assets, divest the Corps from these federally owned assets to the appropriate level? And that's what's happening in Massachusetts. And if we want to do that with these other cases, the other bridges, let's do that. It is not going to be an overnight sensation to make that happen, or even a 5-year sensation to make that happen. So I just note that the language of the, we ought to agree that if we can find a way to divest the core of these particular assets that are not related to the core missions, and there's not any one, the Corps has several missions, not just the water resources mission, but there are others that are outlined in law. Let's be sure the Corps can do that. But your amendment is, again, it's a little bit of the cart before the horse. So I'd ask folks to oppose it, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I know this issue may be a little bit complex. Let me see if I can just provide a simple.
Whether or not it's complex, I don't need to be told by any member of Congress that I don't understand complex things.
I didn't say you.
Got it?
I didn't say you.
Thank you.
I didn't say you. Ranking member made comments about how this is a bridge and that it should be improved effectively before it's handed back over. Let me give an analogy because this is a complex issue. And Ranking Member, I will tell you that you are one of the smarter people in this room without a doubt. And I'm not saying in any way that you didn't understand this. I'm talking to the one person that's watching this from home. This is the scenario. Here's the scenario. The scenario is that you are living in a home that you didn't pay for, that you didn't build, that you're not even paying utility bills or anything else. And I'm coming to you and I'm saying, Mr. Larson, I'm not going to keep paying for this anymore. This is your home. Everybody else pays for their own home. And you're saying, yeah, well, I'm not going to take it unless you put $1 million and improve this place. Now, look, that would be awesome, and I'd take that all day long if I had that scenario, that I just, imaginary scenario I laid out for you. But that's not the reality for anyone else. And so for the state of Massachusetts to come in and say, we're not going to accept this free bridge that you built, maintained for over 100 years, we're not going to accept it until you invest $700 million in them and improve them, that's just not appropriate. It's diverting dollars that should be going to the core mission. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption amendment, yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Span order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to associate myself with my colleagues, Mr. Graves' previous comment. I, too, cannot believe that I actually wish Representative Perry was here right now. So I represent Wisconsin's 3rd Congressional District. We have the largest contiguous section in the Mississippi River of any congressional district. We run from Lock 3 right across from Redwood, Minnesota to Lock 11, which is by Dubuque, Iowa. And I want to speak in support of this amendment for some very specific reasons. The amount of money that's being spent that is off the core mission of the Army Corps of Engineers is becoming detrimental to their ability to focus on what they need to do. And for my particular district, that's to maintain our locks and dams. The reason being is, if we have a lock or dam fail, the cascading effect will be absolutely devastating and destroy the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that we have put into wetland restoration throughout the entire Mississippi, upper Mississippi River Basin. So I would like to help our Army Corps of Engineers. I have a fantastic relationship with them. We have the St. Paul and the Rockland District, and we work very, very closely with them. They've helped us with flood mitigation and a ton of other things. I've toured every single lock and dam in my district and spoken to these people from the operators to the head shed over in St. Paul and Rockland. So I fully support the Army Corps of Engineers, and I want to make sure that we can help them get back on mission. And in my particular district, the mission is these locks and dams that takes primacy over any of these things. And with that, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. Mr. Graves, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
It appears the nays have it. The nays do have it.
Mr. Chairman, can I reluctantly ask for a recorded vote? Can I reluctantly ask for a recorded vote?
Gentleman requests a recorded vote as previously announced pursuant to Committee 6 Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. All right, moving on. Mr. Boss,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to the desk.
designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Bost of Illinois, number 057.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Boss, you have recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As following Mr. Graves, just so you know, I will start out by saying with this amendment, I don't think it'll be a problem, so therefore I'll start out by saying the same thing that Henry A. said to his third wife: I will not be keeping you very long. Mr. Chair, my amendment would amend the Waters Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, or the WIFIA, to require the construction projects have a payment and performance bonds. Now, the bonding requirement is common among most states and is consistent with language that this committee supported and passed for roadway projects just last Congress. Now, payments and performance bonds protect taxpayer dollars and the subcontractors, suppliers, and workers on the job. Well, now, we know the construction is an inherently risky industry, and the risk of the contractors defaulting or non-payment to the subcontractors or suppliers and increasing completion costs are the same no matter the construction delivery method. And we also know that unbonded projects are 10 times more likely to default than bonded projects and can cost 85% more and take 2 years longer to complete. With so much money being invested in our nation's infrastructure, protecting precious taxpayer dollars against the risk of default on infrastructure projects is just good governance. Now, with that, I understand that there are some questions from the Corps about the amendment so, Mr. Chairman, with your commitment to work with me on the language, I am willing to withdraw the amendment.
Absolutely. You can count on it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Now move on to Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to hear this in committee today and the several years of effort.
Hang on. Please designate the amendment.
Okay.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. LaMalfa of California, number 077.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Okay, Mr. LaMalfa, you got 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. In the history of of the whole country, actually, you would have much history of tribes, Native American tribes, establish themselves along the various rivers in Northern America, and with that, their culture, everything they do is tied closely to those waters and those zones there. So part of that is that they would bury their families there. They would bury their dead there along the rivers. And so when that meets modern day projects that would happen, such as building levees along those and other things that happen in those waterways in order to harness water, you can end up with conflict there on the work that would be done to establish levees, or in some of the cases we have in Northern California, to refurbish those levees, to strengthen those levees on projects that were done very, very long time ago before some of these cultural sensitivities were addressed as closely. So what my amendment seeks to do is a pilot program in the Sacramento River watershed in Northern California. Now, we've narrowed this bill quite a bit from original concept over a couple different Congresses to be just this zone. And indeed, it's been quite an effort to get to this point. And it's been a real issue in the area too, along the Sacramento River, as much work had been done with Army Corps, with local levee districts, and local tribes in order to refurbish levees that have been long unmaintained or just needing refurbishment to stand the work that stand the load they would take from the Sacramento River system there, and partly the Feather River as well. So what we're seeking to do is that it would allow for Native American tribes to acquire and rebury any of those burial sites that would be come across during this work of a levee being refurbished, etc. And to me, when you get right down to it, now in my home state, we've had a pretty long history of being sensitive to that and allowing those cultural sources to be found during construction of an Army Corps project to be carefully taken away, and then the project resumes. And when there's been that collaboration, it's worked very well between the tribes, the local districts, less so with the Army Corps. In one instance there, the Army Corps, at least one instance, they wanted to not only work through those remains, but they wanted to take them and store them someplace in drawers in a building and get around to doing something with them later, which, when you're talking about basically a burial ground, a cemetery, for this case, Native Americans, it seems pretty disrespectful to me. So, and the side effect can be is that they have, the tribes have many rights, especially in California, and they can hold up projects if they want to. But they bent over backwards to work with the locals because they also understand the importance of these levee systems there and that they be refurbished so that the towns around there can be kept flood safe. So we've been, again, working this over about 4 years. This amendment comes from a series of complaints we had with one particular tribal community where Army Corps had inappropriately handled these remains, as I mentioned, despite advice of the tribes that there are specific areas of levee project that were likely to have burial sites. So it lays out a simple process in the amendment for the Corps and the tribes to follow when construction is going to be performed in areas which are likely to contain burial or other culturally sensitive sites. The cost is limited to 1% of the total cost of the project, well within the amount that the project's already set aside for cost overruns. The process simply requires the Army Corps to allow the affected tribe to monitor those sites, identify the burial areas, and then come in and recover the remains and on their own time remove and rebury them somewhere else. So it's important to note this amendment is limited to only the Sacramento River watershed, which is about 1/5 of one state. We're not trying to push it on the whole country, but to do it in an area where the cooperation has worked, it's worked tremendously well. So, as I mentioned, the alternative is that tribes may feel forced to launch lawsuits and completely block projects until recovery and reburial responsibilities are worked out, which could mean you lose a lot of time and a lot of money. It's not hyperbole. As I mentioned, it happened before, and it added about 5 months and about $5 million to the cost. Nobody wants that. The tribes want to cooperate. They just want to be respected. So, there's concern that this amendment and this policy would add a lot of cost to projects all around the country and delay like that. So that's why we narrowed it to Northern California, where we're kind of used to doing it this way, and you have that good cooperation. So, Mr. Chairman, in yielding back, I would ask for an aye vote of this committee and allow this to move along so we have that mutual relationship. Thank you.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current proposal ahead of us, worded 2024, contains significant provisions to benefit tribal nations. The Tribal Partnership Program is made permanent to help tribal entities address their water resources needs and protect treaty rights. To address concerns, that not enough is being done on tribal consultation, this bill also includes a GAO study to review the procedures of the Army Corps when tribal, historic, or cultural resources are discovered. This amendment would require the Corps to establish a pilot program to protect Native American burial sites, villages, and cultural resources in one part of the country, the Sacramento River watershed. Now, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act already includes similar requirements. This amendment creates a parallel system that would treat one area of the country differently from the rest of the country. That can be confusing. It's unlikely to lead the outcomes desired. For this reason, I oppose this amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Lamotha has it correct. The Army Corps of Engineers, we've worked together on the Sacramento River levees, on the Feather River levees. It turns out that over the history of the Native Americans, they always built their communities on the high ground near the river, which is precisely the same place that the Army Corps of Engineers and others want to build the levees, on the high ground. And it is common for the levee construction to come upon a Native American community and burial sites. This amendment is very, very specific to a very specific region of the country with a very specific set of problems. And it is perfectly appropriate that we do a pilot program for the Sacramento River watershed where it will undoubtedly prove to be beneficial to the construction of the levee, the timely construction or reconstruction of the levee, and also to the Native American community. So why not? Why not do it? Why not allow this to happen? There's a very good reason for this, and that is the Army Corps of Engineers gets all tied up in knots about whether it is right or wrong or how to proceed. This would make it very clear that they can and must proceed in a way that is beneficial to the Native American community as well as to the timely construction and completion of the levee project. It makes eminent sense to do this. And the fact that it doesn't affect the rest of the nation, okay. Fine, let's do it in the Sacramento River Valley. I have great respect for what's going on in Washington State. You go do it any way you want to do it in Washington State. However, let us do something in the Sacramento River Valley that is both timely, beneficial to the Native American community, as well as to the construction of the levee. Mr. Lamotha, you've got it right here. The opposition has it dead wrong.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, yield to you.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I appreciate your comments as well. I mean, we're talking, again, a pilot program which actually allows something to occur versus the alternative of yet we want to study it. Well, it seems in this town, if you don't actually want to do something, you study it, which is really frustrating to me because we're willing to do this as its own standalone and not, being necessarily parallel with the rest of the country. The rest of the country is happy to have them join in on this if they think it's suitable for them, but we're not going to force it on them either. That's why we narrowed the bill. So it seems to me a very constructive way to address the issue and test it out in real life instead of basically burying it in a study that means that we're probably going to run into bigger problems as this occurs again and again and see actual more delays and more costs when levee projects critically need to be done, as they've been so in the area Mr. Garamendi and I have shared in Northern California, where we've had levee projects that are very, very critical and some close calls to the towns in that area. So I appreciate the time. I yield back to Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Larson, your opposition to this is incorrect. This is a project that would affect the Sacramento River Valley, California only, allow us to move forward to protect not only the Native Americans, but also protect the community by building a levee in a timely manner. With that, I yield back and ask for an aye vote.
Anybody else wish to be heard on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I do think it's a little premature at this point with the study that we have in the underlying bill. And I would like to let that take its course before we move any further with that. But with that, I do oppose the amendment. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by Mr. LaMalfa. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd seek a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a vote on the amendment as previously announced pursuant to committee rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Moving on. Mr. Webster. Oh, Mr. Westerman. Okay, Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an Amendment 90. And
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Westerman of Arkansas, number 090.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Westerman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Larson for your diligent work on the WRDA bill. I hope Congress is able to keep up the streak of passing WRDA bills. We've done that under both Republican leadership and Democrat leadership, and also want to thank Chairman Rouser and Ranking Member Napolitano for their hard work, having served as the ranking member on the Water and Environment Subcommittee. I know how much effort goes into getting a good WRDA bill. I have two amendments today that deal with threshold amounts for federal construction and service contracts. And what I want to stress is that these two amendments do not deal with changing Davis-Bacon wage rates, has nothing to do with prevailing wages. This is simply a common sense, good government amendment that I think there's been a lot of misunderstanding about. This issue was originally raised to me by Colonel Noy of the Little Rock Corps of Engineers when he saw a problem in the current law and tried to fix it. In 1965, Congress passed the McNamara-O'Hara Service Contract Act to ensure federal service contractors pay the prevailing wage rate. And again, I want to be very, very clear. I'm not trying to make any changes to the calculation or usage of the prevailing wage rate. This amendment has nothing to do with worker pay. The Service Contract Act includes a minimum threshold of $2,500, at which point a government agency must go through the full contracting process, which can cost thousands of dollars. This threshold has never been updated, even though $2,500 in May of 1965 now has the purchasing power of over $25,000 today, at least 10 times as much money, and I think the $25,000 number is actually low. But that's the number which we want to raise the threshold to through this amendment. Nearly any service that the Corps needs completed, from cutting grass to repairing signage or fixing an electrical issue, is nearly impossible to do under the current threshold. Something as simple as replacing the tires on a backhoe requires going out for bids. It not only costs a lot more money, it also takes a lot more time and is very ineffective, probably costing much more money through ineffectiveness. Colonel Noy did a brief study of the Little Rock and Tulsa districts from fiscal years 18 to 20 and concluded that those two districts alone could have saved more than $8.6 million had the SCA threshold been raised to the DOD's simplified acquisition threshold of $250,000. For nearly 400 actions forced to go to contract, if the threshold had simply been raised to $15,000, These two core districts would have saved over $3.2 million, and again, no telling how much time and manpower. These savings could be used to support critical operations instead of bureaucracy. Again, the amendment doesn't change a thing about prevailing wages. It just takes asks the Corps to study whether we could save taxpayer dollars by changing these thresholds to a figure that reflects today's cost, not 1965's cost. And in doing research, there was a 1983 Congressional Budget Office report titled Modifying the Davis-Bacon Act, Implications for the Labor Market and the Federal Budget, and it states, quote, according to different indexes, construction costs have increased from 10 to 20 times since 1935, implying a new threshold between $20,000 and $40,000 in 1983. One reason for indexing the threshold level is to hold its value constant in real, that is inflation-adjusted terms, since the original rationale for establishing a threshold was to exclude contracts considered too small to disrupt a community's wage structure or living standards. Raising the threshold and indexing it to periodically would continue the same relative definition of small, end quote. This is a problem that was identified in the 1980s, and it still hasn't been fixed today. And again, this amendment simply indexes the amount that the Corps can spend without having to go through a formal bidding process with all the time involved and all the overhead and extra cost involved. And it's good government, it's common sense, but I know that it's opposed right now. So, Mr. Chairman, I would love to work with you and the ranking member and try to get more education on this issue and hopefully be able to come to a better understanding on it before the word of bill goes to the floor and maybe work on something for the manager's amendment. So if we could do that, I would offer to withdraw both of my amendments today.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely, Bruce.
And I ask to withdraw then.
Without objection? So ordered. Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just apologize for all of the heated arguments that you and I have had over this issue. And I thank you for hearing me out on this very non-controversial amendment. At least in my opinion, it should be non-controversial. It should be non-controversial to protect people from the federal government hurting you or harming you. It should be non-controversial for us to protect homes, health, businesses when the federal government is hurting them. And this amendment, what it would do is it would
We need to designate it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to just start rolling and rambling. I thought I was ready.
Designate.
You could have stopped me a little while ago.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida, number 182.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. Mr. Mast, now you're recognized.
You need me to repeat the first part? No? All right. Well, I'll keep going. So I was just getting to what this amendment actually does. This amendment would direct the Army Corps of Engineers to expedite the development of a regulation schedule for when the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir, it's a reservoir that we've authorized and been working on this committee, when that construction is completed and has undergone 2 years of testing, which is estimated to be about 8 years from now, they would have to expedite a new schedule for how the water would be managed around this. My amendment, it includes provisions to continue the goals of something known as SERP, the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, like maximizing the regular flow of water south of the lake used to be cleaned before it's entering the Everglades. This language would phase out, here's the important part, it phases out water transfers through structures known as the S80 and the S308, which go to my backyard. It phases out water transfers through the S271 and the S352 to the Lake Worth Lagoon that harmed Representative Lois Frankel. It phases out transfers to the S77, 78, and the 79 to the Caloosahatchee River, which would harm people like Representative Byron Donalds and his constituents, but it would only do so when the water tests done by either the local non-federal sponsor or the state or the federal government, if it chose to do it, show that it exceeds 10 parts per billion phosphorus. And why that number, 10 parts per billion phosphorus? It's an important number because it's the standard of a federal descent decree agreement between the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the South Florida Water Management District, and the U.S. government for the water sent to the Everglades. So the tribes get this water standard down by the Everglades. Other representatives like Debbie Wasserman Schultz or Mario Diaz-Balart or Carlos Jimenez, those guys down there, they get this water quality standard. Others don't, and we get harmed as a result of it. Now, this amendment, it includes safety provisions that provide the Army Corps of Engineers the ability to transfer water through those structures if the Herbert Hoover Dike would be at imminent risk of failure. This next regulation schedule, it needs to build upon the work of this committee and what it's done over the last 8 years of WRDA cycles to maximize the benefits of the investments made by Governor DeSantis in the state of Florida and the federal government and the people on this committee. We should maximize that. And the water that I'm talking about, I think this is one of the most important things to hear. The water that I'm talking about will never be used for drinking water. It will never be used for agricultural needs. It will never be used for recreation. It will never be used for a power plant. It's water that will get transferred to the Gulf of Mexico, harming Byron Donalds, or to the Atlantic Ocean, harming my constituents. And it's done because of mismanagement by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It's a common thread on this committee. This water has no value to anybody because it's just discharged to tide. If the Corps better managed the water, then it wouldn't be transferred. It would be kept for commercial use, municipal use, agricultural use, environmental benefit, recreation. It would actually have value if they kept it. Now, there's no doubt you might hear from members saying that this ties the hands of the Army Corps of Engineers. I wouldn't say that it really ties their hands if the language directs the Corps to start the process to draft new regulation roughly 8 years from now. It warns them of what they need to plan on doing so that they're not the federal government harming people. Adapt and overcome. That was the Army motto when I was in. It wasn't overpower communities and hurt people that you're supposed to protect. Some also might say that certain stakeholders would oppose this language because they won't get the water necessary, the water that they need. And again, that's not true. This is water that is being sent out my estuary or Byron Donald's estuary or somebody else's, and it's being flushed away, but it's being flushed away in a way that harms people, harms communities, harms businesses. And yeah, the Corps of Engineers is going to be just fine never to fix that. They don't want to fix that. They want to continue to be able to do this, and they've made that evident. They made it clear over the 8 years that I've sat on this committee. This amendment, it's giving the Army Corps of Engineers the target for when that harm will stop. It's telling them the harm has to stop. Here's time to do it. It's giving them the time to manage better and to plan to manage better. It's not telling them they have to do it tomorrow. And in that, I thank the chairman and the other members of this committee for hearing me out on this and even giving me the extra time of speaking before my time really started. And I yield back my remaining 15 seconds.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Mast. I have several concerns with this amendment and recommend opposition. First, this amendment would prohibit the Corps from discharging water with higher than 10 parts per billion of phosphorus through several discharge points from Lake Okeechobee into the surrounding waterways, including the St. Lucie River. Second, the amendment would prohibit all transfers of water through 2 outlet structures into the St. Lucie River, while also restricting releases of water through other outlets in Lake Worth Lagoon and the Caloosahatchee River. In discussions with the state and with the non-federal sponsor for this project, both noted that they can't support this particular approach, which could significantly impair flood control and water quality challenges at other parts of the lake while exempting the St. Lucie River from any such concerns. In addition, this amendment fails to address concerns raised by other members of this committee related to the water needs south of Lake Okeechobee. I know this has been a difficult issue for this committee for a while. Perhaps one day we'll be able to settle it, but today does not look like the day it's going to happen. I do oppose this amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For decades, the Florida delegation has worked together to address environmental issues surrounding the Everglades and have found the best path forward for everyone. Due to the billions of investments from the state of Florida, Congress, Florida is on track to complete the nation's largest environmental restoration effort. Meanwhile, the state continues to implement new efforts to address water quality challenges, including algae blooms. No one is pro-algae bloom. Everyone wants to minimize harmful risk of our beautiful state. This misguided proposal supersedes Florida water quality standards and would create new federal water quality standards not supported by science. The current plan we have in place is working. Issues are not solved overnight, but we have seen promising results. For example, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers recently told my office that the C-44 reservoir has pumped approximately 150,000 acre-feet of C-44 basin runoff since its testing period and operation began just a few years ago. This water would have otherwise been immediately released into the St. Lucie estuary. The Corps is working with Florida to finalize a new management schedule for Lake Okeechobee this year, as directed by WARDA in 2018. Unfortunately, this amendment would unfairly create a set of rules for some areas, allowing one region to block dirty water while increasing flow of dirty water to others. It would also tie the hands of the Corps, something I don't support. It directs them to make releases through key structures only when the Herbert Hoover Dam is in imminent risk of failure, risking the well-being of countless Floridians. Many communities who also deal with water quality issues would bear the brunt of this proposal, including cities, counties, and working agriculture areas south of Lake Okeechobee. Such a policy would be recognized as patently unjust. We've done that for over 30 years. If adopted, this proposal would result in a massive federal overreach of water quality regulations to the detriment of Florida businesses and families and create harmful precedents with nationwide impacts. For this reason, I can't support the amendment. I'd like to enter into the record a letter from agriculture stakeholders and a letter signed by 26 of the 28 members of the Florida delegation opposing the change in the policy and elevating one stakeholder above the rest without consideration of impact. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Bean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. I appreciate it. The amendment was characterized as misguided, and I tried to hear as best I could. I think it was said the water quality standard that I proposed was not based in science. As I mentioned, it's a water quality standard that already exists in the state of Florida, and it was put in place by the federal government. And it was put in place for some stakeholders, but not for other stakeholders. And I would say if it's not supported by science, then I would encourage the member that said that to work to get rid of it if it's misguided and not supported by science. But to have it in one place and to not have it in another place, that results in a serious injustice. And it was also mentioned that to do this left out a number of areas. I believe this amendment covered all of the areas that would be affected potentially by these harmful discharges and often toxic discharges. They don't always rise to the level of toxic, but oftentimes they do. But it's to put in place the same standard that already exists, that the federal government said, hey, we, the federal government, we need to protect ourselves. Let the federal government take that, we as the representatives of the federal government, take that and say, well, the federal government's protecting itself. Maybe we should protect the people also, since all power derived, if you could say the word power, is derived from we the people. We should be protecting the we the people that are not protected, that are literally getting hurt by the federal government. I would not call it misguided, and I would say entirely based in science again. And if that's not the opinion of it, then work to get rid of it in the other direction. I thank Mr. Bean for giving me a few moments of time.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment by Mr. Mast. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Okay, who's next? Mr. Mann.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Mann of Kansas, number 048.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Mann?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would amend the future use water storage contracts for Milford Lake and Perry Lake regarding interest calculations. This amendment would change the method of calculating interest from compound to simple interest. Making this change would provide financial relief to the state of Kansas and for local municipalities, industries, and water supply districts that utilize this storage currently or will utilize it in the future. An almost identical amendment was included in the 2022 Water Resource Development Act for another water supply storage contract in Kansas, and it's my hope that I can continue to work with the committee to see this accomplished in the future. Mr. Chairman, I understand that you might be willing to work with me on this, and if so, moving forward, I'd be happy to withdraw the amendment. Suspense is killing me.
The answer is yes.
Thank you, and without objection, I'll withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
The amendment is withdrawn.
There's Mr. Molinaro. So, Mr. Molinaro, so we'll flip and we'll say we're now considering amendments. Bill for amendments.
We're now considering the bill for amendments. For what purpose does Mr. Molinaro seek recognition?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York, number 229.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Molinaro is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is identical to my bill, the Ensure Funding for Environment Act. The provision will help to ensure the Susquehanna, Delaware, and Potomac River Basin Commissions receive their fair share of federal funds by moving their funding source from the Army Corps of Engineers to the EPA. The Mid-Atlantic region basins haven't received federal funding through the regular appropriations process since 1997. They cover 7 states and the District of Columbia. They provide access to drinking water, recreation, and maritime transportation for more than 24 million Americans. The Mid-Atlantic River basins are important for protecting and improving water quality and supply, flood loss reduction, fisheries protection, watershed planning, and much more. I understand that the chairman has committed an opportunity for me to bring forth this provision in a markup later this year. And with that commitment, I withdraw this amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn.
So we don't have Mr. Collins, so we move past it. So now we're on Mr. Bean.
For what purpose does Mr. Bean seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Bean of Florida, number 036.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Bean is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good morning and good afternoon, T&I Committee. One of the hardest things as a member of Congress to say, and as a member of this committee, let me tell you the hardest thing. The hardest thing is I plan to withdraw this amendment. And I have to say it. It hurts to say it, and I will be saying it in just a moment. But first, But first, I want to express gratitude for giving me just a brief moment, Mr. Chairman, to talk about this amendment. The free state of Florida is watching right now, and they're expecting me to be the leader on this issue that I'm going to talk about, and I am the leader because many of you, or you may not know about the 404 program in Florida. Florida is innovative, and Florida allows its own Department of Environmental Protection to the standards of the federal government, permit water projects, water development projects. That's happening and has happened for many years. It's been a huge success, but there's been some radical litigation, and this program was put on hold. And so it is, in turn, put on hold over 1,500 critical water development projects in the Sunshine State, in the free state of Florida. All of those folks are being put on hold. And you might ask, well, what projects are we talking about, Congressman Bean? What's on hold? Let me tell you, projects to restore Florida's Everglades and prevent damaging discharges from Lake Okeechobee. It's on hold. Critical stormwater infrastructure repairs from Hurricane Sally. How many years ago was Hurricane Sally? We're still coming up. This is U.S. Naval Station at Pensacola. It's on hold. There's nobody to permit it right now. Projects to improve medical facilities, a new hospital in South Florida, on hold. Sidewalks, bridges, utilities, everything is on hold right now because of this lawsuit, because it's just on hold. And I thought this would be the place to fix it. We've got a bill, we've got other amendments, but I understand how we can work together to go forward. But just to let everybody know, Florida has done an outstanding job. Florida's assumption of the federal wetlands program has allowed for utilization of hundreds of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's environmental experts and has given the ability to harness state resources. They're in the ground, they're in the free state of Florida, streamline permitting procedures, eliminated duplicative reviews, and halt progress. And all these projects, over 1,500, and it keeps stacking up. They're all on hold. In fact, this should be a model for the rest of the nation. We can do it like we do in Florida. We're getting things done. A warning, 2 other states that doing it right now, the Wolverine State, Michigan, and the Garden State, New Jersey. They've also assumed permitting their own 404 programs, but they are in trouble as well. Mr. Chairman, you've been gracious to give me the time. I also want to express the gratitude in exchange of withdrawing this amendment, the pledge that we can work together and staff can look at a way to take these things off hold in the Sunshine State, and let's continue to build a better nation, a better Florida. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And without objection, Bean withdraws the amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn. Thank the gentleman. Graves. For what purpose does Mr. Graves of Louisiana seek recognition?
Amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 113.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Graves of Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to start out by I'm just going to apologize in the front end. I'm a little frustrated by this one because I understand Congressional Budget Office has projected that this amendment will cause a score. Therefore, the committee is saying that they can't support the amendment. But I want to walk through this. And before I do, I want to thank my good friend, Mr. Carter, Mr. Ezell, for co-sponsoring this amendment. But I want to walk through what this is. Years ago, and I think it was 2014, I might be off by a year, Congress passed something known as the Restore Act. And what it did is it took civil penalties associated with the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, and it allocated them in a pretty complex 5-bucket program to the Gulf states and the federal agencies for different types of remediation efforts, all right, called the Restore Act. Again, it took civil penalties. So these were not federal funds. It took civil penalties and it allocated them to the states of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida for remediation work, for different types of environmental investments. Now, when this bill became law, the Congressional Budget Office did a score, and they said this is how much money it's going to cost. Now, cost is a relative term because what this was basically taking the civil penalties that the responsible parties were paying and returning it, a portion of it back to states. The federal government only profited out of this because a portion of it went into, I believe it was the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund, or maybe the general fund, but in any case, the federal government only profited from this. So let me say it one more time. Congressional Budget Office did a score and said this money's going to be spent. What our amendment does is our amendment comes in and basically says that these funds can be used as a cost share. The Congressional Budget Office has said, well, by allowing it to be used as a cost share, it's going to make the money be spent faster, so it's going to incur a cost. I don't know what other word to use to describe this other than stupid. It was already going to be spent. It has already been scored. And so what this is doing is this is preventing the states of Texas, of Louisiana, of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida from being able to use the dollars to spend on projects that have merit, like projects to restore the coast, the coastal wetlands, the coastal ecosystem, coastal productivity. Projects that in some cases will help to improve the resiliency of these communities, both the ecological resiliency as well as the resiliency from storms and other impacts. This isn't anybody trying to pull a fast one. The fact that we're effectively being penalized for getting money out the door faster and building projects faster is really just perverse. This is exactly what we should be doing, Mr. Chairman. We should be incentivizing that dollars be spent, that dirt be turned, and that we have a positive impact on the community. Let me say it again. This bill is not something that is a partisan amendment in any way. Mr. Carter and I represent some of the same parishes that are impacted by this under this Restore Act. Some of the money goes directly to the state. Some of the money goes directly to the parishes. At the end of the day, the money can't get out the door because of all of these federal restrictions, including some Department of Treasury problems that this amendment doesn't address, but also just the utilization or the ability to spend these funds. So, Mr. Chairman, I haven't found any environmental problem. I haven't found any partisan issue. I believe this is all because of a really confusing ruling by the Congressional Budget Office that spending money faster is apparently a problem whenever these dollars have already been scored from legislation that was enacted over 10 years ago. In fact, I think it was 12 years ago. So I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Any other members who seek recognition? Mr. Carter, you're recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Congressman Graves and Congressman Ezell for working on this amendment with me. This project, cost ballooning, is vital for the non-federal sponsor to be able to use all available relevant funds to meet the cost-sharing requirements of United States Coast Guard projects. For the Gulf Coast states, the Restore Act provides critical funding source for environmental projects. Louisiana has secured Restore Act Bucket 2 funding to advance the river reintroduction into Markup Swamp project. The Corps accepted the project as the preferred mitigation choice for the West Shore Lake Pontchartrain project, a vital storm surge and flood control project in my district, which is still recovering from Hurricane Ida in 2021. The language in Restore Act Bucket 2 is currently silent about whether these funds may be used for non-federal cost share, while other provisions of the Restore Act Bucket 1 and 3 contain language specifically permitting those funds to be used for non-federal cost share. United States Coast Guard has recently notified the non-federal sponsors that the West Shore estimated cost has increased significantly during the design of construction, which has caused the non-federal cost share to increase. As a reminder, Restore funds are not federal funds. The Restore Act directs the allocation of civil penalties under the Clean Water Act of 2010, Deepwater Horizon oil spill for environmental restoration projects. These funds are to help Gulf Coast states recover from this environmental disaster, and we should not be hamstrung by additional burdens. I urge you to follow the lead of my dear friend and colleague from Louisiana leading this critical amendment. It's a common sense measure, one that makes perfect sense, and it gives Louisiana to continue to rebuild with funds that were directly given as a result of a wrong that was done in Louisiana, in the Gulf, that hurt many of our fishermen, all of the people that rely on our waterways. It's common sense, and to echo the words of my colleague, Mr. Graves, it is clearly the right thing to do, and I urge your favorable passage.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members that seek to speak on the amendment? Ms. Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully oppose the amendment. I'm generally supportive of the goals of the Restore Act to help the coastal areas impacted by the Deepwater Horizon disaster to recover. However, Congressional Budget Office has indicated this amendment would score. We have agreement on both sides on the aisle to keep this bill clear of any provisions that score to ease passage of this bill. As the bill moves through the process into negotiations with the Senate, that may provide additional opportunities to discuss this provision prior to the enactment of WORDA 2024. I oppose the amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for up to 5 minutes to speak on the amendment, of which I will take very little of that time. The chairman opposes the amendment because of the scoring issue. However, David Rouser's commentary on this, speaking just for myself, I have no idea why we continue to allow CBO to dictate what we do and what we don't do around here. But that's another debate for another day. Let's see, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, signify by saying no.
No.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Garamendi seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 255.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi is recognized for up to 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm working with Mr. Lamafa on this particular piece of legislation. It would require the Army Corps to accept from local public agencies to use the Corps' emergency levee repair and non-federal implementation authorities. This amendment would also require the Corps to respond to such requests in its annual report to Congress on future water resources development programs, sometimes referred to as Section 7001 report. So here's the deal, folks. The Army Corps of Engineers is really a terrific organization, and they do terrific work, but they can't get it all done. And there are projects that the local communities and entities or states believe must be done, and they are willing, that is, the local entity is willing to do it. But it doesn't get done because the Corps can't get to it right yet. So this would require that a project that is deemed to be important by a local agency or state to request the Corps to allow them to do the project. This is not a new authority. It's an existing authority, but the Corps doesn't particularly like to do it because it makes the Corps a grant-making agency rather than a construction agency. So, we would simply say in this amendment that let's get on with it. If the local agency or the state want a project to be done, they can request the Corps to use its authority to allow that local agency or state to do the project, and then the Corps must tell us that that this has been requested. That's it. Pretty simple. But it is really, really important because local agencies can do these projects quickly. That is, get to the work immediately, whereas the Corps may take forever. And I think we've seen this happen over and over again. The issue would come back to us in the normal process of authorization and funding. So with that, let's get on with it. Let's do this. I asked for an aye vote, and I believe I'll yield to Mr. Lamaffa if he would care to, and then he could take his time to add to when necessary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I'll try not to use 7.5 minutes in that process, but I'll do what we need. And the example you give, it's just, well, the example we shared in our backyard, once again, with the efficiency and speed and cost savings, which the example Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency was able to do on projects in the Sacramento River and Feather River area in Northern California. Basically, they're able to do the work in about half the time and for about half the cost. We didn't have to wait for a chief's report. We didn't have to wait for a lot of fellows in uniform to come into the room and we argue with them on it. And the folks there were even willing to vote to tax themselves to expedite the project because they knew that the safety from the flood control system they would gain would help with their insurance and, yeah, not get flooded out. So it's a big win being able to do this, and so this is a very sensible amendment, and I think we should strongly support it. I think that's what we should be about here, is that letting the local flexibility and local control come into play and not make the Army Corps have so much they have to do. Indeed, maybe they need a little less to do. Yield back.
Reclaiming my time, I would only add here that these are projects that are already authorized. So these are authorized projects. It's just a question of can the local community get to it quicker than the Corps of Engineers, and can they do it cheaper? The answer often is yes. So with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members that seek recognition on the amendment? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I'll recognize myself for up to 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. The chairman opposes the amendment. WARDA 2024 takes many steps forward to improve the Corps' emergency repairs and non-federal implementation authorities. However, these authorities are not well suited for the current Section 7001 process. With that, I yield back. Are there any further, pardon me, Ms. Napolitano, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment would include several categories of projects in the Corps annual report to Congress that simply do not fall within the scope of the report, as you said. The annual report to Congress was created by Section 7001 of the Water Resources Development Act 2014 as a way for non-federal interests to work with the Corps to identify projects and studies for congressional authorization. The report provides an annual snapshot of instances where non-federal interests want to partner with the Corps on future Water Resources Development Act. The amendment would allow additional projects to be to the annual report that are either in response to emergency threats or are simply places where the non-federal interest wants to carry out an already authorized project and is looking for the funding. In case of emergency response actions, these activities typically are not planned, but are efforts taken in response to natural disasters or flooding, unlikely that non-federal interests would even know about the report. For the remaining categories of projects contained in this amendment, there's no need for additional authorization of these projects. In most cases, all these projects need is federal appropriations, which is not the purpose of the annual report. Oppose the amendment, yield back.
Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Collins seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to consider my amendment number 47 out of order.
Pardon me. I'm sorry, Mr. Garamendi sure did not, but we will be happy to do that. Absolutely. So a request of a recorded vote has been offered. And as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Mr. Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do I need to ask unanimous consent?
If you don't mind.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to consider my amendment number 47 out of order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many members of this committee
Hold
know...
on. The
I'm
clerk will
sorry,
designate
Mr.
the amendment.
Yeah, I have an amendment at the desk there.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia, number 047.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Collins is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as many members of this committee know, a longstanding issue in my state is the deepening of the Port of Savannah. And I am proud to say that the Savannah Harbor Extension Project, or SHIP, was completed and it continues to fuel Georgia's economic growth. Now, as part of the SHIP project, the Corps is responsible for constructing a mitigation feature to offset any loss of sturgeon or any other endangered fish. So the Corps selected to remove the new Savannah Bluff Lock and Dam and replace it with a rock weir, which was strongly opposed by the members of the Georgia and the South Carolina delegations. The local municipalities and industries in the CSRA draw from a pool of water that the new Savannah Bluff Lock and Dam provides, and the Corps' chosen rock weir would drop that level far below the needs of the community. Even in a disastrous simulation carried out by the Corps, we saw firsthand the dreadful impacts of the lower water level that would result from the installation of this rock weir. From marooned boats and docks to excess debris and mudflats exposed throughout the river, the results, well, they spoke for themselves. And ultimately, the Corps was forced to abandon the simulation due to the instability on the riverbank. It is the members of the Georgia and South Carolina delegations' position that the Corps is not in compliance with the law by choosing an alternative that does not maintain the pool at 114.5-foot level, as it was in the December of 2016 when the law was enacted, despite bicameral repeated reiterations of congressional intent. Now, my amendment makes congressional intent crystal clear and specifies the exact water level that is needed to ensure that our local communities can continue to draw from that pool of water. It also directs the Corps to find another appropriate mitigation feature that doesn't lower the pool of water. This language has the support of the City of Augusta, Georgia, the City of North Augusta, South Carolina, the Georgia Ports Authority, and the state of South Carolina. Mr. Chairman, I ask all my members of this committee to join me in voting in favor of this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Do any members wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Napolitano.
I oppose the amendment, Mr. Chair. Amendment makes changes to the project that is currently under litigation between the Corps and the state of Georgia. Let us not interfere with ongoing litigation.
The gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition on the amendment? Well, thank you, Mr. Collins. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. The chairman shares the colleague's concern for how the Corps is interpreting the language of the WIN Act. However, this issue is in the midst of active litigation, and therefore, the chairman must oppose the amendment at this time. I yield back. Any other further speakers on the amendment? Mr. LaMalfa.
You know, Mr. Chairman, it's starting to remind me of that one scene in Shawshank Redemption where Andy Dufresne is talking to the warden about possibly proving his innocence, and he just keeps throwing no at him and stuff, and so he says, "Warden, why are you being so obtuse?" That's all I got.
The gentleman's comments are duly noted. Are there any amendments to the amendment?
Yes. Owens.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized, Mr. Owens.
Thank you. I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to reiterate, y'all, this thing's been in litigation for decades. As a matter of fact, this thing's been in litigation since my dad was in Congress. And he retired in 2005. So, you know, the thing is that this thing went to an appellate court and they sent it back because they didn't understand the intent of Congress. And that's what we're doing today. We're going to go ahead and clarify what the intent of Congress is. This is a simple, common sense amendment that we can clear up today. That's something that's been kind of like what Mr. LaMalfa was alluding to, has been going on unnecessarily for decades. So with that, I encourage everyone to support us on this amendment, and I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. So the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a vote on the amendment as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose does Mr. LaMalfa seek recognition?
Well, in order to avoid going into the hole for 30 days, I'm going to simply present my amendment, number 078.
The clerk has designated first. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. LaMalfa of California, number 078.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. LaMalfa is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we have is an ability, an authority that was in the 2007 WRDA to aid a set of projects, again, in Northern California, Central California, Sacramento, and San Joaquin rivers, and the Delta. It would amend a provision from that 2007 WRDA, which is never actually used, to be potentially used for the next set of voluntary agreements from the Floodplain Forward Coalition. One of the major pieces of this set of water infrastructure will be implementing the Fish Food Program. That's what I said, the Fish Food Program in more places along the Sacramento River. This is an important program as fish populations have been becoming a bigger battle for being able to deliver water to things besides fish populations in California for agriculture, et cetera. And so the Fish Food Program is showing much potential and even success on helping raise populations within infrastructure there that would get us big wins on that. So that said, my understanding is that it's not quite ready to make it from the prison yard out to outside the gate yet. So I don't certainly want to be in solitary for 30 days or 2 years with the bill, so, with the amendment. So I think in this situation, I would like to ask the chair and the committee that we have a very worthy program, very good idea here that we can talk about and see if it lines up for a future go-around here. So with that, thank you for listening to it, and I'll withdraw it for now.
The gentleman withdraws the amendment. For what purpose does Mr. Graves of Louisiana seek recognition? The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 114.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Graves of Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Talk slow, Mr. Chairman. I got to figure out which one this is.
While the gentleman is taking a moment, I might note for my friend Mr. LaMalfa and a few others, there were more than 1,900 requests, project requests, and we accommodated hundreds of those requests on a bipartisan basis. And, there's some things Republicans and Democrats can't agree to on some of these provisions, and of course, they're left for the amendment process. So just a note of the hundreds that have been included out of the 1,900 requests.
Livingston Parish.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Is the gentleman from Louisiana
Thank you, Mr.
prepared
Chairman.
to speak on the right amendment?
I appreciate it. Yes, amendment number 114. Mr. Chairman, I made mention of this in my opening statement. Let me see if I can lay out this scenario. So, Mr. Chairman, what's happened is that we have a federal hurricane protection levee in Lafourche Parish. It is a project known as La Rose to Golden Meadow. So this is a levee that exists. It is, you can look at a map, it is a peninsula that comes out into the Gulf of Mexico. It is surrounded by coastal wetlands, and it is, has significant impact from storm surge whenever you have hurricanes. What happened is that, again, initially a Federal Corps of Engineers project. The project clearly did not have appropriate height. When we saw Hurricane Katrina come through, Hurricane Rita, we realized that the project needed more elevation on it. The Corps was moving too slowly. So the levee district stepped in and said, you know what? We're going to raise this levee. We're going to add height. So it's like saying, and I'm going to make up numbers here, you had a 12-foot levee. They said, look, we need an additional 2 feet. They came and put 2 more feet of dirt on it using the exact same construction techniques that was initially built under, and they built a higher levee. We had Hurricane Ida come in a few years ago, and this area was ground zero. I mentioned sustained winds of nearly 200 miles an hour, storm surge lapping up against the levee. If they had not done what they did, this entire polder would have flooded. So let me say it again. Original levee, again, 12 feet, and I'm making the numbers up. They came in and built it 2 feet higher because all the models showed they needed a higher levee. If they had not done that, the area would have flooded. It would have incurred millions and millions of dollars in FEMA disaster aid. But because they did what they did, you saved lives, you saved taxpayer dollars through FEMA, and you prevented this community from being devastated. So now, what we're asking is that the Corps do a study, and if it's determined that the levee is in the same standards as was appropriate for the original project, that it will be considered a federal levee again. Effectively, that's what we're asking. Now, as I understand, there's some concern here. There's some concern because oh, well, you're allowing, if the study shows that it's appropriate standards, that it automatically goes in. And so some people are saying there just needs to be a study. Well, Mr. Chairman, when you do a study, what happens is you bring engineers and others, and they look at and they determine, they try to guess, they try to make an informed decision about whether or not a levee will perform under actual hurricane conditions. Mr. Chairman, this levee has been subjected to a hurricane. This isn't a computer model. This isn't an overeducated academic. This is a levee that has been totally tested to its height. And it performed. It didn't fail. It worked, and it saved a community. So by rejecting this amendment, number one, you're disincentivizing communities to come in and do what's right and protect their people, save lives, save taxpayer dollars, and prevent flooding and devastation. And number two, what you're doing is you're saying that somebody guessing or somebody making, I shouldn't say guessing, making an informed decision, an informed guess, that is better than actually having it truly tested up against real storm surge in real hurricane conditions. That's idiotic. And I understand that everybody's got their standards and we have these policies on these bills, but Mr. Chairman, I'm asking if we can just please apply common sense to this situation. And since it's already been exposed to storm surge, if the Corps of Engineers looked at this and says, you know what, they're right, then let it become part of the federal levy system. Like 90% of this levy has already been part of the federal system approved. All we're talking about is this little capping that they put on top. So I would like to ask that this please be accepted. This passes the common sense test and it fails the bureaucrat test, which means it should be approved by everyone. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Ms. Napolitano is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I regretfully oppose the amendment providing authorization for a single project in Louisiana to enter the Corps Rehab and Inspection Program before a review of the project has been completed by the Corps. Jumping the line to deem a project eligible for the program without knowing what the courts will find in its review of the levies sets a bad precedent. It could have unintended consequences. Support the levies being given a fair chance to come into compliance with the Corps program, but cannot support what amounts to a blank check. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Graves, I'm curious here. You have a federal levy. You have a local agency that is working that levy. And they decide that it is insufficient. They add 2 feet of material to the top of the levee. And now the Corps of Engineers says that 2 feet is not part of the federal levy, even though it's sitting on top of a federal levy. And I assume by the nodding of your head, that's basically what we have here.
That is correct, and if they...
Wait, I haven't yielded to you, sir, so I'm not going to give up my time here. And so you have a situation in which the Corps says the bottom is okay, the top isn't, and therefore we're not going to have the top 2 feet as a federal levy.
The whole thing's not a federal levy anymore.
I yield. The whole thing is removed as a federal levy because the top 2 feet was built by the local agency that said they got to do it, otherwise we're going to flood.
Yes, sir.
And the Corps couldn't get to it. Thank you for the dialogue here. And somehow we're supposed to oppose your amendment because it's sound and rational. And we're opposed to sound and rational amendments. I guess that's where we are in our life. So if you're going to ask for a recorded vote, I'll vote with you.
Thank you.
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any other members seeking to offer comment? Seeing none, I recognize myself for 30 seconds to speak on the amendment. On behalf of the chairman, I must oppose this amendment. I understand my colleagues' concerns with the current 408 process, which WARDA 2024 will improve, but the chairman also hopes to find some path forward on this project specifically. With that, I yield back. Are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, what's on 254?
For what purpose does Mr. Garamendi seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 254.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
This is a bipartisan amendment, co-sponsored by Mr. LaMatha and Mr. Duarte, that would compel the Army Corps to study modifying the congressionally authorized project purposes of Corps-owned reservoirs to include water supply upon the request of the governor of the state of California or a local agency. So this is a California issue. The good news is that the base bill has included Ms. Napolitano's amendment and goal of allowing Corps projects to be water resource projects. This is a slight amendment to that in that it would allow the state of California to take into consideration Army Corps of Engineers projects in the state that would be subject to the amendment in the base bill by Ms. Napolitano that project is a water resource project as well as a flood control or other purposes, and would allow the state to petition the Corps of Engineers to move the water resource element of it forward so that in the next WRDA, we would have that information available to us and could then take appropriate action. There's a probability, in fact, I would say a very high probability, that the Corps of Engineers would take several decades to actually act upon a new authority that's been given to them in this WRDA bill. This amendment would simply push the Corps forward much faster to get on with the issue of making that water supply program a reality. That's it. It would allow the state of California to push the water program that is in the base text by Mr. Napolitano faster so that the state of California can address its water issues sooner. With that, I yield back and ask for an aye vote.
Any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. LaMalfa.
I appreciate the effort of Mr. Garamendi and Ms. Napolitano on this and allowing Army Corps to think a little more outside the box on water storage as well as just flood control and, well, counting fish. So I guess, Mr. Garamendi, how do we, you talked about Army Corps taking decades. How do we keep the state of California from taking decades on moving this along as well, as we both know about sites and other things?
Is the gentleman yielding time to Mr. Garamendi?
I'll yield time to Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman yields time to Mr. Garamendi.
Yeah, that's a problem. But should they somehow find the motivation and the determination to act, this amendment would then position the state of California to then take on the Corps of Engineers. Now, we're dealing with two of the most intransigent organizations in the world. If you want to move fast, I wouldn't suggest the Army Corps of Engineers as the mechanism to do that, or the Congress, or the state of California, but why not give it at least the opportunity for a little faster movement on what is a critical issue in California, which is water supply. The good news is Mr. Napolitano has been at this a few years, decades. And we have the base in place. This would add an additional element to allow the thing to move forward. So it basically allows a local agency to petition the Corps to actually get on with what Ms. Napolitano has written into the base bill, that is, water supply for each of the projects. Can we have guarantee that the state would do it? Maybe not, but with the local agency, oh yeah, the local agencies are all on. They will act. This allows them to get the process moving. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Well, if this process and your amendment and Ms. Napolitano's effort leaves the breadcrumb trail for these entities to get after it, then we should try and do that. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seeking to make comment on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize myself for 30 seconds to speak on the amendment. The chairman opposes the amendment. The amendment would upend the biennial WARDA process by allowing non-federal entities in the state of California, including the governor, the special privilege to directly request the Corps study a water supply or conservation project. Instead, these projects should undergo the same treatment and process as any other prospective project studies must go through. With that, I yield back. Any other further speakers on the amendment? Seeing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Does the gentleman want a roll call vote? The chairman could not hear the gentleman. The gentleman requests a vote on the amendment as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rules 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose does Mr. Graves of Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, actually, first of all, I want to ask unanimous consent to withdraw Graves' Word and Graves' Word 1.
So ordered.
Secondly, let me think here. Can I ask unanimous consent to offer en bloc number 119 and 121? And before staff freaks out, I plan on offering withdraw. En bloc 119 and 121.
Without objection.
All right. And then.
Hold on. The clerk needs to designate.
Sorry about
first.
that. Well, but before I do that, can I do one more UC? Can I just
Let's let them designate that first, and then we'll get to the UC.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, numbers 119, Revision 1, and 121.
All right, then can I ask a unanimous consent / favor? Can I ask for a recorded vote on number 114? And I will tell you that I may be willing to withdraw another recorded vote request that I made earlier. I'll trade you.
Unfortunately, the amendment failed by voice vote. The gentleman missed his time opportunity to call for a recorded vote.
All right.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his en bloc if he would like to.
Mr. Chairman, I want to bring up number 119 first. I'll start with that one. Morganza to Gulf Hurricane Protection Project is a project that dates back to 1992. 1992, hurricane protection for Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. This project has gone through contingent authorization in 2000. It's gone through, I think we're at 4 EISs at this point. Cost went from $886 million to $14 billion. And then after we had worked with the Corps after we worked with the Corps on this ACAR process, we were able to bring it back down to a more reasonable cost. Bottom line is this thing has had an incredible history. There have been well over $1 billion in damages in this area because of the Corps' recalcitrant or just dragging in regard to advancing this project. And so what this amendment does is it allows for an existing authority to take separable elements of the project, components of it, and looking at them individually for environmental purposes and stopping this ridiculousness of continuing to have to go through the full environmental process, costing more money, taking more time, and ultimately delaying the protection of these communities. So that's what amendment number 119 does. It says that any project over $1 billion in cost, so projects that are larger in size and scope, that those projects should be allowed to be able to use existing authorities that has been affirmed by the liberal Ninth Circuit, that has been affirmed by the DC Circuit, allowing them to use use that existing authority and do this project on a segmented basis. So that's number 119. Amendment number 121, Mr. Chairman, as you know, the Corps of Engineers has a monopoly. They have a monopoly in that they're the only ones who will do the planning, engineering, design, and construction of a project. We talk about the Corps behind their back all the time and say that the Corps of Engineers may be slow, but at least they're expensive, which usually, if people are paying attention, gets a few giggles. But it's really sad because this is about the protection of our communities, whether it is protecting them economically for port projects and dredging, whether it's protecting the environment and the ecosystem, whether it's protecting them from floods. When the Corps has a monopoly, they don't operate efficiently. They don't bring innovation to the project, which results in higher cost, which results in longer timeframes. I can give you example after example in some of the areas that Congressman Calder and I represent, where projects have been in the project development and implementation phase for in excess of 40 years. So if we're going to tell people these projects are authorized and that they're going to get a project and it's going to move forward, they deserve something better. Think about a scenario where the Olympics, you put somebody in a lane to swim, you put somebody on a track to run, and they're all by themselves. Do you think that that person is going to truly, they're going to absolutely give it their all, they're going to give it 100% if they're the only person in the race? They're going to win no matter what. They're going to win no matter what. What this amendment does is it says that, look, the Corps doesn't have the monopoly. There are different ways that Congress has tried to do this over and over and over again, and it's never worked. 1043, 1147 from Word of 22, all kinds of authorities we've tried to do, and none of them have worked. So this just says that the Corps of Engineers can actually give the contract to the non-federal sponsor. Let them do the planning, engineering, design. Let them do the construction for this project. I think that we really have got to take a look at this. Look, the Corps has made progress in recent years, but the bottom line is that the delays in the project and the cost escalation that we've seen over and over and over and over again, it is resulting in projects not getting built, not getting finished, and us never seeing the benefits of these projects. So, Mr. Chairman, that's 119, 121. After making these impassioned pleas, I ask unanimous consent that they both be withdrawn.
The gentleman withdraws. Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Graves, if only you had been so passionate about my amendment, which did exactly the same thing, but only for California. You're right. You're absolutely right. The Corps has its process, which takes forever, and local agencies can do these projects faster at a lower cost if the Corps were allowed to do it. My amendment will undoubtedly go down in glorious defeat or inglorious defeat, and yours probably will also, and we'll just continue and wait for the projects to be done, even though the local agencies can, if they had the opportunity, do the project sooner, cheaper. Mr. Graves, I'm going to be with you on this one. Yield back.
The amendment has been withdrawn.
Here, let's trade mine really fast. We will do that during. So here we go.
For what purpose does Mr. Babin seek recognition?
Amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Babin of Texas, number 047.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Babin is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My hat's off to you and your team for putting together a great water bill. I know a lot of behind-the-scenes work goes into this, but what this bill can do to help communities is incredible and certainly very much appreciated. Quick background on my amendment. Since Word of 1986, cost sharing for design and construction of coastal storm risk management projects has been at 65% federal and 35% non-federal. The 35% non-federal share is made up of the value of the lands, easements, right-of-way, utility, and facility relocations, or LERR, L-E-R-R. Any additional cash required to make the non-federal share equal to 35% of total project costs. Traditionally, Army Corps policy regarding the eligibility of non-federal sponsors' credit does not differentiate between public or private lands, as the non-federal sponsor is the one responsible for providing all lands, easements, and rights-of-way that are necessary for construction.
Just a quick note for the timekeeper, the clock's not been running.
That's okay, I'll keep going.
You're good.
And rights-of-way that are necessary for construction, operation, and maintenance of the project. However, the Army Corps in 2018 issued specific guidance for the projects from the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, which, keep in mind, was intended to respond to the devastating 2017 hurricanes Irma, Maria, and Harvey, which was happening in my district, the great state of Texas, stating credit will only be provided from LERR acquired by the non-federal sponsor from private landowners exclusively. This policy does not line up with the way non-federal project sponsors operate with the Corps. Why would Corps guidance arbitrarily prevent property from entities like ports, schools, cities, universities, state entities, counties, and others from being credited toward the non-federal share? My language just requires that the Army Corps comply with their traditional policy to credit the value of all real property interests required for the non-federal sponsor for these specific storm mitigation projects. The Sabine Pass to Galveston Bay project, as well as a number of other Texas projects designed in response to 2017's catastrophic storms, are under threat because of this misguided policy. The Army Corps guidance for BBA projects randomly veering away from traditional Corps policy is not aligned with congressional intent and really must be corrected. I'm very disappointed that we couldn't come to a bipartisan solution to this issue with the committee before today. I submitted this as a priority months ago and was just told yesterday that there were partisan concerns with this provision. I really do not understand how anyone can say that this is a partisan position. I just had a conversation yesterday with Gulf Coast Protection District Chairman, Mayor Michelle Bechtel, about how crucial this project is to protect our coast and benefit the environment. But for some reason, and I'm not fully understanding it, this is considered a partisan issue. How is protecting the Texas coast partisan? Why is reducing the impact of future storms a party line issue? This project and other BBA storm projects are going to protect the coast and all Texans who live there, no matter whether they are Republicans, Democrats, or independents. Storms do not discriminate. It's not just the Sabine Pass to Galveston Bay project either. This issue is going to impact many other projects in Texas and other parts of the country that get hit hard by storms, resulting in millions of dollars worth of credit that the Corps will not process for projects. So let's work together to get this problem fixed and get it figured out. Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson, I understand that requesting a vote on this today is not likely to move the needle, so I am willing to withdraw this under the condition that you please agree to work with me to find a bipartisan path forward for this over the next few months. Can I get your commitments to work with my team on this language so that we can find a solution here? Mr. Chairman.
You have that agreement.
That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, so thank you very much, and I withdraw my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman withdraws.
Yeah, well, now we're here.
For what purpose does Ms. Titus seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Ms. Titus of Nevada, number 134.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Titus is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment.
Thank you. I'm offering this amendment number 134, which is similar to language that's in the Senate Word of Bill. It authorizes the Secretary of the Army to implement an emergency drought operations pilot program in the states of California, Arizona, and Nevada. It would provide the Army Corps with the flexibility to update the water control manual during drought emergencies so that it is consistent with the drought contingency plans for the projected area. As the western United States is faced with sustained drought, this provision will allow the Army Corps the flexibility it needs to account for forecasted impacts on water supplies during times of significant and sustained drought. Ultimately, this helps to balance the dual purpose of operating covered projects to ensure water supply needs are met while also managing flood control measures. So I would urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Larson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It takes me a while to rewind my brain to ensure that I let people know I'll be supporting this amendment. And so it asks members to support it as well. Thank you. Yield back.
The chairman also supports the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Mast seek recognition?
I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida, number 183.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Mast is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how, it's tough to consider it as read. I say this jokingly because we're still waiting on Ledge Council to draft it in part, so it's difficult for any of us to do that. But the amendment would basically add a part of a sentence, a fragment of a sentence, which says, "and executed with existing funds for a study that was authorized through Section 8215 of WRDA 2022 and Public Law 117-263 to carry out a feasibility study for flood risk management, water supply, ecosystem restoration, including prevention of saltwater intrusion, recreation, and other uses." And I thank the committee staff for working with me to get that language into the base text to fix the cost share agreement to 100% federal share, but funding is still needed to complete that study. In that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Yes.
Did we designate the amendment?
What's that?
Did the clerk designate the amendment?
The clerk designated the amendment, correct? Yes.
So,
We're double checking. Mr. Larson is recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to cover this amendment a little bit from the way I see it. So I'm opposed to this amendment. It appears to be a roundabout way to apply federal responsibility for discharges, phosphorus levels, and harmful algal blooms at certain projects in the state of Florida. To be clear, the presence or occurrence of these discharges is not due to the construction of the canal or any saltwater versus freshwater interactions. I do recommend the representative from Florida for his work with the state to identify solutions and adapt measures that will improve water quality for Lake Okeechobee and the canals that are of concern here. But I will have to oppose this amendment and yield back.
Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Seeing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana, number 041, Revision 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Carter is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. The Army Corps New Orleans District staff, and especially Alexa Williams from our committee staff who has been working with us on this issue up until this very morning. WRDA 2022, Section 8340A, mandated that the Corps assume responsibility for the operations and maintenance on the Algiers Canal levees. However, we recently were made aware of a discrepancy between the interpretations from the Corps and the non-federal sponsor on which structures along the canal should be maintained at full federal expense. I'm offering a revision to my original amendment based on our conversations with committee staff to include a report language asking the Corps to ensure a report within 60 days of the bill detailing their interpretation and plans to assume responsibilities for the Algiers Canal levee as outlined in WRDA 2022. I urge your favorable passage of this amendment. I yield.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I support this amendment. The revised amendment requires the Corps to submit a report on the implementation of assuming responsibility for certain aspects of the Algiers Canal levees in Louisiana. The underlying provision was passed in WRDA 2022, as the representative from Louisiana mentioned, and this amendment seeks to determine the status of that implementation. I thank Representative Carter for working with the committee to revise this amendment. Certainly want to commit to working with him on this project as we go through floor passage and conference with the Senate to ensure that WRDA 22 is properly implemented. To support the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself to speak on the amendment. On behalf of the chairman supports the amendment given the revisions that have been made. Any further speakers on the amendment? Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for bringing this up, but I also think that what he is doing here today is indicative of a larger problem. Mr. Carter noted that in Word of 2022, that this issue was actually fixed. This committee fixed it. There was discussion with the Corps of Engineers on the language, but I also want to remind this committee that Section 3084 of Word of 2007 fixed this. This is this issue where I don't even know why we're here sometimes. We pass laws, you put in crystal clear language, and the Corps comes in, or some agency comes in and interprets it some way. The fact that Mr. Carter has to come in and legislate on this, which is now a third time, this is just ridiculous that this has to happen. Mr. Carter has a lot of other things that he needs to work on. He represents an area that has a lot of challenges in regard to resilience and hurricane protection and things like that. And the fact that this committee has to spend time on it, the fact that anybody has to listen to me even talk about this, I apologize, but it's just unfortunate. This is the third time, and he has to step in here for his constituents and fix something that we've already fixed. So appreciate y'all working with him, strongly support it, but I do want to express my frustration that, that this is having to be addressed once again. Yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Graves. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Or Mr. Carter, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. Now we move on. Mr. Graves, you have an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. I would like to offer en bloc amendments number 122 and 123.
Without objection? That is so ordered.
Have en bloc 122, 123 at the desk.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812 offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, numbers 122 and 123.
Without objection, the amendment will be both amendments will be considered as read. Mr. Graves, you're recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, amendment number 123 is Livingston Parish flood risk management. This was in the 7001 report from 2023. This is a reconnaissance, a study on flood protection in that parish. I believe it was 80% of the structures were flooded in a 2016 flood that happened in that community. I appreciate the committee working with us on this one. And that took 27 seconds. The second amendment, number 122, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to lead on this one that anything that Congressman Huffman and I agree upon is pretty much like you can't get more diverse than that. Congressman Huffman and I are joint co-sponsors of this amendment, and it has to do with non-standard estates, and it goes back to the situation that Congressman Carter is dealing with, the headache he's dealing with his district with the Algiers Canal levy. This is something that Congress, I believe we've legislated on this twice already, so this is going to be a third time where we're going to be coming in legislating, and I believe the Floridians have a similar issue, but here's the quick story. The quick story is that the Corps of Engineers usually requires that land be acquired in fee title, which means you have to buy it. 82% of coastal Louisiana is privately owned, and in many cases, the property owners are willing to offer a conservation easement, a project easement, but they don't want to totally give up fee title. In most cases, Mr. Chairman, that conservation or project easement is done without cost, which means there are no concessions, there's no money exchanged to the landowner. Said another way, it reduces the overall project cost. And so we have repeatedly gone to the Corps of Engineers and say, don't require fee title if you can come up with a less expensive or an easier, less controversial mechanism instead of doing adverse condemnation, instead of having to spend money. If somebody's willing to give you a free easement or something that is fewer considerations or concessions, let's take it. The Corps has repeatedly gone back to the exact same interpretive guidance as though Congress never legislated on this. It saves money, it saves time, less controversy, and unfortunate that we're coming in. This is a sense of Congress and a report. I appreciate both the ranking member and the chair working with us on this. As I understand, this en bloc is going to be accepted. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I ask that numbers 122 and 123 be accepted en bloc. Yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Larson.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Indeed, we support the en bloc and urge its passage. Yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the en bloc? Are there any amendments to the en bloc? Seeing none, the question is on amendments 122 and 123 en bloc by Mr. Graves. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. All right. Mr. Garamendi.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 257.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sometimes wonder if Mr. Graves and I are in a race to see who has the most amendment or can occupy the most time, and my apologies to all.
Can you get closer to the microphone? I'm sorry. Can you get closer to the microphone?
Yeah, I can get very
much.
close to it. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for incorporating into the base bill Mr. Desailly's, Mr. Huffman, and my request to increase and reauthorize the Corps of Engineers sea level rise study for all 9 Bay Area counties, including my county of Contra Costa. The base bill already requires the Army Corps to make determinations around the nation, other congressional districts, for disadvantaged communities. Specifically, my amendment would require the Corps to determine the non-federal interest ability to pay for the non-federal cost share for studies on sea level rise in the San Francisco Bay Area. Turns out that I have the only communities in the Bay Area that would qualify or be disadvantaged communities. And therefore, this amendment would simply build upon what is already in the base bill, that is the reauthorization of the San Francisco Bay Area sea level rise study, and thereby giving to those few disadvantaged communities in the Bay Area the opportunity to be determined by the Corps of Engineers to waive their local requirement. I suspect there's opposition to this, and if there is, I will withdraw.
There is.
And therefore, I yield back.
You withdraw? Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I appreciate that. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 497.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the unelected, unaccountable Delaware River Basin Commission, the Susquehanna River Basin Commission, and the Interstate Commission on the Potomac River from imposing hydraulic fracturing regulations more stringent than those passed by the state in which the regulation is to be implemented or enforced. The best way to combat high natural gas prices is to produce more natural gas in America. In places like my home state of Pennsylvania, the second largest gas producer in the nation. Unfortunately, unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats at the Delaware River Basin Commission have instituted a hydraulic fracturing ban for a portion of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, stripping away property and mineral rights from Pennsylvanians in contravention of the will of the legislature of the very people in Pennsylvania. The result is a prohibition on the development of critical shale plays in eastern Pennsylvania that can bring desperately needed natural gas to market, and the unconstitutional taking of the mineral rights of Pennsylvania. They're not paying the people that they for the mineral rights that the people that own land there have lost. They don't pay for them, they just take them from them. Now, using the same playbook, radical environmentalists and unelected bureaucrats could prevent hydraulic fracturing in the Susquehanna River Basin and the Potomac River Basin as well. The threat of this expansion undermines investor confidence in hydraulic fracturing projects throughout the Commonwealth and further restricts domestic natural gas production, which is the design of the action by the DRBC. To be clear, this amendment simply clarifies that the three commissions cannot impose hydraulic fracturing restrictions more stringent than those passed by the state in which the regulation is being implemented or enforced. It makes no changes whatsoever, no changes to the ability of the states to regulate hydraulic fracturing as they see fit. This means it would have zero impact on existing hydraulic fracturing bans in the state of New York. Instead, this amendment simply makes clear that Pennsylvanians can use their property and their mineral rights as they see fit, subject to Pennsylvania laws passed by their elected representatives. Enough is enough already. It's time to stop this underhanded attack on property rights, representative government, and state sovereignty and restore American energy security. Unfortunately, providing abundant, affordable, and reliable energy by allowing Pennsylvanians to use their mineral rights has become a partisan issue. While it's a shame that that's happening, it is a reality, and therefore I will be asking unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Appreciate that. Without objection, that is so ordered. Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, number 074.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. Mr. Crawford, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment mirrors an important section of the Senate EPW's Word Bill, which creates a levee owners board, similar to the successful Inland Waterways User Board, to provide advice and recommendations to the Corps of Engineers on issues related to our nation's levee system. In districts around the country, there are tremendously successful levee owners and operators who are experts in our levee systems, who have the ability to help the Corps better understand how its policies and programs are affecting people on the ground. I know those of you who have districts with levee owners and operators have heard the concerns of those men and women about how the Corps sometimes seems to operate in a vacuum. We can fix that problem with transparency and inclusion. By creating a levee owners board to augment the expertise of the Corps and to provide an independent voice to assist the Corps, we'll be supporting a more holistic approach to levee safety and flood risk management. My amendment in no way ties the Corps' hands or allows for non-federal entities to veto or otherwise overrule the Corps. The Levee Owners Board is just there to assist, just as in the Inland Waterways Users Board does for the Corps currently. And for those of us who have Inland Waterways project, we know how important the IWUB can be. I'll be frank with you, my amendment is a bit more prescriptive about the duties of the Owners Board than what the Senate EPW has adopted, but that's a good thing. We need to empower levee experts in the field to provide advice and recommendations on the levee safety program and the levee safety initiatives, as well as on flood risk management projects. These programs and projects directly affect our levee owners and the people there that live behind those levees. Those people who rely on levees are our constituents, and they deserve to have their voices heard when policies and projects are developed. We should be empowering experts from around the country, not shying away from incorporating their many years of service to their communities. And I think this is a common sense amendment that will strengthen the work, and what our partners in the Senate have already begun. I ask my colleagues to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I support this amendment. This amendment would create a levy owners board modeled on the Inland Waterways User Board to provide a collaborative approach for levy owners to provide recommendations to the Corps. It's a common sense amendment, and I appreciate Representative Crawford's bipartisan work during WRDA 2024. I support its adoption. Yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, and the question is on the amendment. Mr. Crawford, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Williams is not here, so we're on Graves, staff 1.
Mr. Graves. You have amendment staff 1?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 118.
Without objection,
It should be designated staff 1.
it should be designated staff 1. That's the wrong one.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, staff 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Graves, you have 5 minutes. On
Thank
staff
you.
1.
Yeah, staff 1. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is following up on a debate that we had earlier. Mr. Chairman, you may recall that I had filed earlier an amendment on the bridge program. It was Graves 116. And we discussed how these Massachusetts bridges are getting $700 million. Folks say that they think that that's appropriate, that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers should divert dollars from resiliency programs, things like resilient economies, investing in ports and waterways and dredging, resilient communities, building flood protection, and other authorized projects, divert those dollars and put it toward vehicle bridges in Massachusetts that have zero water resources connectivity. If that's a good use of taxpayer dollars, I want in. And so what our amendment does is it says that the existing authorization for the Cape Cod project, Cape Cod Canal project, it now redefines the Sagamore and Bourne bridges as a new Mississippi River bridge in Louisiana crossing the river. So I want to be clear what this amendment does. It effectively says a dog is a cat. It says that from now on, the Sagamore and Bourne bridges in Massachusetts shall only be considered a new bridge crossing the Mississippi River in the vicinity of Baton Rouge. Said another way, it takes their $700 million and gives it to us. Why not? If the Corps of Engineers can come in and build bridges, why should it just be for Massachusetts? Mr. Chairman, I will even be so generous as to open this up to other committee members to allow them to second degree it, to add their bridges. We can all share in the $700 million instead of just giving it. Mr. Perry wants in. We can all share in the $700 million. We can all be treated the same instead of Massachusetts getting this sweetheart deal. To where they get $700 million in bridge funds outside of any Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration funds, and we can all get it for our bridges instead of just Massachusetts. As I understand, the Corps of Engineers isn't even supportive of this, the Massachusetts bridges, because they share the concern that I do, that they have real Corps of Engineer mission work that needs to be done, not these political favors for folks. So I'll say it again. This in effect would redefine the Sagamore and Bourne bridges in Massachusetts as now being a new bridge crossing the Mississippi River in the vicinity of Baton Rouge. The practical effect would be that we would now get $700 million for our bridge project in Baton Rouge. Apparently, Mr. Perry wants some of it as well. Urge adoption. Mr. Crawford wants some too. Happy to share with all of y'all. So I urge adoption of the amendment.
Will gentlemen yield?
Yeah. Who am I yielding to?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can get in on that, because we need a bridge going over the Mississippi River at Memphis. We only have two, and it's a metro area of over 1 million. So we could use another bridge. So yeah, Sign me up.
So, Mr. Crawford, I want to be clear. There are two bridges in Massachusetts that have zero water resources connectivity that they're saying the only way we will take them over as the state of Massachusetts is if the Corps of Engineers first invest $700 million in upgrading them and fixing them before they turn them over. They've been getting a free bridge for 100 years. Free bridges for 100 years. So I just went in on it. Mr. Perry?
If the gentleman would yield, we've got a bridge across the Susquehanna, the largest waterway east of the Mississippi, carries Interstate 83. We need a new bridge there. We're doing the approaches right now. I think it approaches somewhere about $100 million, and we could sure use, we don't have the money yet, but we need to move the traffic across that bridge, and we could sure use a hand, Mr. Graves, if you're willing to throw that in.
Absolutely.
Happy
yeah.
to have it.
I think everybody should be treated equally. Mr. Esel, do you have a bridge you'd like to talk about? All right. You got a bridge. All right. Great. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the amendment be modified to share 1/3 among the three bridges, Pennsylvania, Louisiana, and Arkansas, and urge adoption.
I object to the unanimous consent request.
Objections noted.
Work with me,
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Larson?
I take back what I said earlier. These issues are way too complex for me to understand. Because so far we've named 4 bridges, the Cape Cod Canal Bridge, based on Mr. Graves' perhaps he's going to withdraw this or not, but if he doesn't, I'll be opposing it. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Question is on the amendment by Mr. Graves. Staff.
Mr. Chairman, much to the chagrin of the ranking member over there, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment. I apologize, but I want to make a point here. I think that Mr. Crawford, Mr. Perry made the point that I've tried to make as well, that this is a mission area they shouldn't be involved in, and I really think we need to take a little bit more, put a little bit more teeth in the languages in the base bill. I appreciate y'all putting language in the base bill, asking unanimous consent to withdraw Graves Staff 1.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, Louisiana has an amendment number 118.
Okay. Amendment at the desk?
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 118.
I'm recognized for 5 minutes.
You are recognized for 5 minutes on a similar filed amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I am going to take 20 seconds. I'm going to apply the arguments that are made to amendment number 114 here. I want to thank the Ryans and the chair and the ranking member for working with us on text. This has to do with La Rosa Golden Meadow. Urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Larson.
Even though the chair of the Aviation Subcommittee has shaken my confidence in his amendments, I'll find my way to support this amendment. I appreciate his willingness to work on modifying an earlier amendment to make this happen, and I urge its adoption.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the previously similar filed amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment very similar to the previous amendment, number 118. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. As noted, there are recorded votes to amendments requested. So again, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the measure are postponed, and we now move on to the next item for consideration. Are we going to? Yeah, hang on. So we're going to hold off on those, and we're going to run right on into our next and final item for consideration, our 10 General Service Administration or GSA Capital Investment and Leasing Program resolutions. I'd ask unanimous consent to call up the resolutions in block and that they be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and without objection, that is so ordered. I also want to point out, too, that we need to get people in the chamber because we're going to be voting here very shortly on approximately 6 amendments, I think, that we had previously. So on this, I would recognize myself for 5 minutes for the statement on the GSA resolutions on block. Today, we are considering 10 GSA resolutions, all of which are leases for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. The VA facilities are going to expand veterans' access to health care and fill critical service delivery gaps across the nation. I'd urge my colleagues to support these resolutions in block, and I now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the 10 GSA resolutions before us today. In 2022, Congress passed the Honoring Our Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022, the PACT Act, which expanded healthcare eligibility for veterans exposed to burn pits or other toxic substances during their military service. The PACT Act also authorized the acquisition of 31 new medical facilities for veterans, 10 of which we are considering today. These resolutions authorize GSA and the Department of Veterans Affairs to lease space for hospitals, health clinics, community living centers, and residential rehabilitation programs in Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Texas, South Carolina, and Florida. Since the VA does not have its own leasing authority, the VA must collaborate with GSA to acquire space and encourage the VA to utilize GSA's leasing expertise to avoid failed procurements. Mr. Chair, these resolutions have already been approved by the House Committee on Veterans Affairs. I support them and urge my colleagues on this committee to do the same. With that, I yield back.
I now recognize Subcommittee Chair, the pertinent Subcommittee Chair, Mr. Perry. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the GSA resolutions being considered today. These leases, which are located as far away as Texas and Florida and as close as Delaware and Pennsylvania, will help veterans continue to access the care they've earned in Department of Veterans Affairs facilities across the country. One of these leases is in the district that I'm privileged to represent in Cumberland County, Pennsylvania, where, like in each of these districts and states, our nation's veterans will benefit from the needed services right in their own communities. With that, I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Do any other members wish to be heard on the in-block GSA resolutions? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the GSA resolutions on block? Hearing none, the question is now on adoption of the GSA resolutions on block. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The GSA resolutions in block are agreed to and approved. We're going to recess for a short period of time while everybody gets in the room so that we can finish up the votes that had a request for a roll call. So if anybody's listening out there, get to the committee room. Committee stands in recess for a short time. We'll reconvene the committee. The committee previously postponed proceedings on HR 8812. So we are going to do, the first vote is going to be 5 minutes. And then after that, if everybody's here, we are going to shorten it. We won't keep it open for an entire minute if everybody's voted, but we will give you a chance to change your vote if you so feel like it. The First Amendment, 073, offered by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, in which a recorded vote was ordered, which was not agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? A recorded vote is not requested. So we will move on. The next amendment, number 116, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, in which a recorded vote was ordered, which was not agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? A recorded vote is not requested. So we will move on. Next, Amendment 077, offered by Mr. LaMaffa of California, in which a recorded vote was ordered, which was not agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? A recorded vote is still requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. This vote will be open for 5 minutes. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking will be voting no.
Clerk, open the board.
Got it. Sorry, you're not. Is there additional tribal? So you don't have to do this for tribal. Can someone find Mr. Allard as one now, please? Mr. Alfred. Sorry. Doesn't matter what you say, Andy.
Where's Niles?
He's in his chair. Mr. Nels is in his chair.
Okay.
Mr. Yappins was in.
Get a message to the clerk. It's Allard to Mills. Okay, sorry. I won't call them. I won't call them out.
I was just coming to. We'll fix it.
We may be able to change it on the next one.
After this, do you want the clerk to do 1 or 2 minute votes?
We're just going to close it down.
Okay.
I'm not good, so it's not even going to be 1 minute.
people that weren't here, Johnson. So Johnson is over the judiciary, so we just, oh, what happened? 1:43 left, now it's 5 minutes left.
Why did they screw up the clock?
I don't know what
Why'd they reset the clock?
That's okay. Have all members voted?
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Do it now. Hearing none, clerk, please close the vote and announce the vote total.
Hold on, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Can we get one more vote in?
On that vote, there were 40 yeas and 21 nays.
I voted 40 yeas, 21 nays. The amendment is agreed to. Next, Amendment 255, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, in which a recorded vote was ordered, which was not agreed to by voice voters. A recorded vote still ordered. Is withdrawn. The request is withdrawn. Thank you very much, Mr. Garamendi. Moving on, that was 255. Next, an Amendment 047 offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia, in which a recorded vote was ordered, which was not agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? Recorded vote is still requested. Members will record their vote using an electronic voting system. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking the vote no.
Open the board. Rick, vote. That's it. Is Mr. Stauber gone?
Stauber's out.
Quit putting anything back up there as far as timing. Has everyone been recorded who wishes to be recorded? Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? Seeing no one, close the board. Give me the vote.
On that vote, there were 32 yeas and 31 nays.
I voted 32 yeas, 31 nays. The amendment is agreed to. Next, Amendment 254, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, in which a recorded vote was ordered, which was not agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? Recorded vote has been withdrawn. Thank you. The question is now on amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8812 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is agreed to. The question is now on the adopt. Okay. Mr. Larson.
For the final vote, Mr. Chair, many of you weren't here at the beginning at 10 o'clock and appreciate that. I don't want to belabor the point, keep you around any longer. But This is the final Water Resources Development Act bill for Grace Napolitano. She's been active in many of these over the last several iterations. Some people have called her the Queen of Water, and she has certainly devoted much of her career in Congress to water resources, not just for California, but for the entire nation. And I wanted to be sure that we stopped for a moment before we broke after final vote to recognize her for her commitment to the country, but the commitment to this committee and to water. And now let's pass a bill, get it over to the Senate, and get this thing done for Grace. Thanks. Yield back.
The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reported of H.R. 8812 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. As a recorded vote is requested, members will record their vote by electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking to vote aye.
Open the vote.
They can't change the time, so you can just close it whenever you want.
Wilson's here. Oh, she's not. Has everyone voted that wishes to vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing none, clerk, please close the vote and announce the total.
On that vote, there were 61 yeas and 2 nays.
By a vote of 61 yeas, 2 nays, the bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you all for participating in today's hearing. I'd ask unanimous consent that each measure ordered reported today will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all amendments adopted, and without objection, that is so ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make all necessary technical, clarifying, and conforming changes to each of the measures ordered reported today to reflect the actions of the House, and without objection, that is so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 22, Clause 1, I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman or his designee be authorized to offer such motions as may be necessary to the House to go to conference with the Senate on the legislation adopted today on any similar measure. Without objection, that is so ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman, after consultation with the ranking member, have authority to strike or revise any provision of the measures ordered reported today and would cause a sequential referral to another committee, or that would cause the bill to be subject to a Budget Act or Rule 21, cut-go, point of order. Without objection, that is so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I'd ask unanimous consent that all members of the committee have at least 2 calendar days which to file any supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views on the legislation adopted today. Without objection, that is so ordered. Pursuant to Rule 6 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, I note the presence of a quorum for all actions taken on all committee business today. And with that, the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure has completed its business and the committee is now adjourned.